We are recording.
This is the call to order. This is Durham Village Commission hearing. It is July 1st, 2024, 4:01 p.m. We're here at 111 on Front Street, second floor, room 204. The next business meeting will be Wednesday, July 24th, 2024 at 12 noon. Here at 111 on Front Street, second floor, next door, room 205. The next hearing will be Wednesday, August 7th, 2024 at 4 p.m. Here at 111 on Front Street, second floor, here in room 204. Go ahead, swear at staff. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and the truth?
I do.
Your name?
Nicole Thurston.
Thank you. Go over the commissioners present, starting on the left over there.
Robin Strome.
Ned Thiel. Anthony Harkey, chair.
Charissa Durst.
Anybody need to take the ethical oath?
Not this evening. The commissioners present have all been.
We'll go ahead and move to the staff approvals. Those begin on page 11 of your agenda.
Mr. Chairman, I need to recuse myself from 622 Mohawk Street.
I need to recuse myself from 575 South Grant, application of GB 2407-001. I also need to recuse myself from nope, I don't, we're good. Recusals?
I move to ratify the staff recommendations.
Second.
Any questions on the motion?
No.
All those in favor? Aye. Against? Ayes have it, motion passes. Moving on to the meetings from the last minutes from the last meeting, June 5th, 2024. Is there a motion?
So move.
Second.
Any questions on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Abstain? Aye. Okay, moving ahead to the applications for certificates of appropriateness. Item number 1, GB-24-07-016, 165 Deschler. Once you're settled, if you'll raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
In your name?
Steve Hurt with Urban Order Architecture.
Thank you very much.
This is a request for action for new construction for change to an approved design. The application is, the new construction for the carriage house was approved in March of 2024 with GB-24-03-014A. The applicant proposes to amend the design to relocate the carriage house 3 feet further into the yard away from the alley. No other aspects of the design or size of the carriage house will change from the approved design. The staff analysis is that the carriage house was originally approved as stated on the agenda. The applicant submitted to relocate the carriage house, which due to maneuverability requirements for accessing the parking in the carriage house from the alley. There was no July 2024 business meeting, and HPO staff have identified no concerns with the design changes. The staff recommendation is that staff recommends approval and all clarifications to come to staff before prior to the issuance of the certificate. The basis for that staff recommendation is City Code 1613, standard for site improvements A and B, and it should also be standards for new construction from the city code as well.
Anything else to add?
No. The alley is supposed to be 17.8 feet wide, and it's in reality the neighbors across the way sort of built out into that, and it's a little tight. So clients want to move it back a little bit. And I think we discussed that when we were going through it.
Questions, comments from the commission?
Mr. Chairman, I move on GB 24-07-016, 165 East Deschler Avenue to approve as submitted.
Second.
Any questions on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have it, motion passes.
Great, thank you.
Moving on to item number 2, GB-24-07-017, 801 City Park. Once you're both settled, you'll please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and the truth. Your name?
Brittany Gibson.
Mark Mason.
Thank you.
This is a request for action for an interior building alteration for a door replacement. To remove the existing French door and to install a new sliding glass door. The door is the Marvin Ultimate in prefabricated color ebony with an exterior screen. The Marvin Ultimate is a aluminum clad wood door. Staff analysis, the addition on the home was approved in 1975 by the commission. However, the approved site plan for that addition included the rear door, this specific door opening would be a single in-swing door leading to a concrete stoop that would be as wide as the corner section of the addition, indicating to staff that the opening and porch were either not built to the approved specifications or were altered from the original addition. Photos of the first floor plan for the addition are included in the material package. Due to the door not meeting the approved design in 1975, the staff recommendation and staff recommends approval and all verifications to be submitted to staff for review and approval prior to the issuance of certificate. The basis for that recommendation is City Code 31611, standards for alteration 1, 2, 3, 9, 10, and 12, and the German Village guidelines for doors from the 2005.
Anything else to add? Nope. Questions, comments from the commission?
Yeah, my only comment is I don't think it's a matter, Nicole, of where the door is. I think the porch was enclosed without a COA.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, it shows a porch that's open. This is sitting on top of that open porch.
It is still set back from the wall. I don't know if that was part of an enclosure that happened without approval or it was just enclosed.
Yeah, I think it was the
design.
whole porch was enclosed. That being said, I think the location of the work is at the rear of the house.
Yes.
It's not a significant impact to the existing conditions.
There's no further questions or comments. Is there a motion?
Sure. On item GV 24070178001 City Park Avenue, I move to approve as submitted.
Second.
Any questions on the motion?
No.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have it, the motion passes. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, moving ahead to item number 3, GB-24-07-018, 49 East Sycamore Street.
We've got two back to it. Yeah.
Mr. Settle, you both raise your right hands. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and the truth.
Yes.
Your name is?
Sandy Gregorio.
Thank you.
Brandon Tucker.
Thank you.
This is a request for action for an exterior building alteration for a siding replacement. This would be to replace the existing wood lap siding on the rear addition with boral, and then to paint the boral Sherwin-Williams cyberspace, which is SW7076. The commission approved the replacement of some siding pieces with boral with GB-24-04-015 at the April 2024 GBC hearing. Staff analysis is the second floor addition was approved for construction in 1993 and issued a building permit in February of 1994. These stamp drawings are included in the materials package. The applicant was approved to patch inlet boral for siding at the April 2024 GBC hearing. The applicant has submitted now to completely replace the siding on both elevations with the boral lap siding to match the existing wood profile. HBO staff have identified no issues with the full siding replacement for this addition, as the wood is from 1983 and not historic, 1993, I apologize, and not historic siding. HBO staff do recommend the commission confirm or determine trim sizing with the applicant at the hearing today. Staff recommendation that staff recommends approval and all clarifications to be submitted to HBO staff for review and approval prior to the issuance of certificate. The basis for that recommendation is City Code 31611, standard for alteration 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 11, and 12.
Anything else to add?
No, sir.
Questions, comments from the commission?
Nicole, why did you reference the issue about the trim?
Just on this one, I think the applicant had a question whether they needed to resubmit for the trim, but the trim was approved for replacement with the April. So I
Okay,
don't know if the commission might just want to confirm any details on that, but that
it's
was
just
it. There's
for
nothing
page
there.
78 of the guidelines, I think is what we've always said in the past.
Okay.
The only suggestion I would have is that the juncture between the siding and the old masonry
Mhm.
is not really a good detail
That's correct. Are
as currently built.
you talking about like from the up?
Yeah, the
area?
horizontal joint. I think the vertical joints are okay, but the horizontal joint should be dressed,
Do you want us to put like
like a water table.
you want a water table there?
Yeah, that type, something like that. That would be my suggestion. Carissa?
I was looking at that, but think of something to.
It is kind of awkward the way it is right now.
Yeah, it should be something like a broader band trim piece that provides a base for that wood part. That's all.
Would you want to go all the way across and not sort of go down the
You don't-
side?
Yeah, I don't think down the sides is necessary, but I think across is.
I mean, would you want to go all the way across the bowl
Oh,
with the windows?
I don't think so. I think it's just a matter of addressing
Just having to move the significant times?
Yeah. address that joint.
How would we marry it into that's the only thing, like where she's saying, it's almost like we'd have to take it all the way across that.
Well, you could. That's up to you. I mean, neither way.
Would it look fun if it was just two bowl pieces? Fine,
I don't think so.
you could just make it two bowl. Widths.
Well, the whole thing's gonna be boral.
Right, but you could have a trim piece that's just one wider piece,
How wide would you suggest?
two bowl. I should say. Two bowl pieces.
Are you talking about double whatever I'm showing for the
Right,
siding?
if the bowl
Like double that up?
is
Yeah.
4 inches, then the bowl would die evenly into it.
I'm sure Josh will know what to do.
Yeah.
As long as Nicole puts it in the notes,
I just
We
think you
will-
need a better detail there.
And that would apply along the back side as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
And if there's any wrap or wrap to the other side.
we prefer to do a band board, but then, it wasn't there, so we didn't know.
I think it's time to
I
fix
think
it.
it would look cleaner.
I think it fixes it. Yeah,
Okay.
band board's good. Right.
That's the term.
Band board, that's what we call them.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
I'm thinking at the bottom, but you're right.
To clarify my understanding for the minutes, the band board on the side where the, should go around the entire rear and then just part of the side where the brick is that
We're saying the whole,
the whole thing? Okay.
Yeah.
And
So
the
it-
size of those.
So it'd continue from the back piece right around the side. Is that
Yep.
kind of what you want to do?
both sides,
Okay.
yeah.
Yep.
I think that also.
I just have to
addresses
double check how
what- Yeah,
wide the
I think it
bowl
also
comes.
addresses what the original architecture was better too.
I don't know if it comes 10 inches wide, but that's probably about what we're talking because
Yeah.
I think our reveal's like 4 or 5 inches already
Okay.
from the siding, but we can always reach out to you for keto that wide, but I think. we
Staff,
can
when
be
they see your final drawings. Take a
We
look.
still need another final drawing for that?
Well, we'll need a modification,
So
which they can approve.
do we have to go into next month then again?
No, which they can approve.
Okay, all right. So you'll put it subject to that and we'll get you the
Yeah.
drawings.
That's
Perfect.
Agreeable with
We can do that.
the group.
Pretty standard.
Yeah.
I do have one other question.
Yes.
Looking at page 4, the photo of the real elevation, is there any siding that wraps around to the left side of the bump out? Or are we just dealing with?
We're not dealing with those sides. They're fine. They're not degrading like the way the back and the one section is. So
Okay.
as of right now, they're fine. So,
So
okay, perfect.
with that understanding that you're going to amend your application on item GV 24701849 East Sycamore Street to approve as amended by the applicant to improve a band board on the two sides that the new siding is being installed.
Second.
Any questions on the motion?
No.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have it, motion passes. Thank you. All right, moving on to, I lost my agenda, there we go. Item 4, GV-24-06-021, 870 South Third Street. I'll let the record show the applicant is still on the record, no need to swear back in.
This is a request for action that was continued for an exterior building alteration to the front porch to install a new 137-inch long pine porch railing between the existing post, and to install a top and bottom rail with a 2 1/4-inch white spindle, and to paint the new porch rail Sherwin-Williams form stone, this SW7032. And then also to install a new metal handrail on the concrete porch steps in black steel to match the example photo. Staff analysis is that the following is from the now approved June 2024 GBC hearing minutes. The application was continued to allow time for updated materials. The commissioner comments. The commission expressed concern over the meeting point between the wooden rail elements and the iron rail. The porch column was about a foot from the steps. Will this area be wooden porch railing or an extension of the iron stair rail? The commission recommended adding a column or support post midway through the rail. The 12 feet between the existing posts is a concern, and there is evidence of the center post existing at some point. The bracing post should match the appearance of the column, but could be as short as a rail height. And the commission requested the applicant verify the height above grade and any code required rail heights. HBO staff provided one photo from the 1980s showing a rail on the driveway side porch. There was no July business meeting, and just today the applicant submitted additional drawings for what's proposed for the porch. Those will not be on your Kindle, but we do have the materials on the digital files. So if you're pulling them up live, they'll be on those files as well. Staff recommendation, and staff recommends to continue the application to allow the applicant time to provide the additional information on the final appearance of the railing. We do now have that though. But the staff does generally support a new railing being installed for this porch. The basis for that staff recommendation is C Code Rule 1611, standards for alteration, 1 through 6, 10, 11, and 12, and the German Village Guidelines for porches and stoops, 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
Can I make copies? They when they have them?
We have the drawing
Okay,
to pull up
okay.
on the screen.
Yeah, that's it. And I know we talked and you wanted me to find out like the building code regarding it when it comes to things. So I did talk to them down there and 36, they want to be, I had said 32 inches high, but it was already drawn at 36. I was mistaken. So we're at 36 inches high on the up to the railing. I talked to the person, John down there for residential, and he said he'd be fine with that. He asked if we could have a full column. I said, well, the customer really wanted a half up, and he said I'd be fine with that too for support. And then we will have a minimum of 3 inches between the metal where the decorative stops and the column begins. So you said you wanted to see definite stop and start, so they didn't look like it was attached.
Remember that. And why is the handrail higher than the guardrail?
It just could be that when Josh drew it, he was going off of a metal railing drawing and that, it should be the same height though, 36 inches high. I think it's just
At the top, yeah.
just looking strange there. It also has to do with the, you gotta go a certain height and the stairs probably weren't poured the way they should have been poured years ago.
Whatever, I think the top of the wrought iron rail should be the same height as the wood rail. Just my opinion.
And I think the rail measurements are 39.25 high. If I'm reading it right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So we need to shorten it by 30. They're not made yet, so it can.
yeah, that could be custom made.
Well, they'll just be
I
closer.
remember us saying that we wanted it independent of the.
No, I think the issue is that there's like a 12-inch
Yeah.
extension of the porch in front of the column.
Yeah,
So how is your handrail addressing that 12-inch additional porch deck?
to me, it all should line up and should be attached.
So it's the,
Totally opposite of what we talked about at the last one, but it gets confusing. There's a lot of them
Yeah, I
that
don't
come in
remember
front.
that at all.
so typically on these porches, the stairs don't run to the edge of the porch. They're always set in.
Mhm.
And so the handrail, if set on the stairs, can't really tie into the rail. This condition, which I didn't realize before, that the stairs are actually the full width of the porch. So in theory, the handrail could go up and die in, it could die into the post.
Yeah.
Typically, you can't. So I think the question for the commission is, should it, if it's gonna be at the edge of the stair in line with the post, should it die into the post? Or should it stop short as a typical railing would inset the post?
Pretty sure the metal company comes out after everything's done and then they create it. So
Yeah.
we could alter that. That's not a problem. It's just a matter of how you want it to be.
My opinion is get rid of the last column on the wrought iron rail and attach it to the wood. Use the wood column as support.
Just get rid of the decorative, like scrolling,
No, yeah, yeah,
One end.
and the one end, the other end's fine.
and make elongate it, maybe one more rung so that it
Yeah.
comes closer. We could do that.
Yeah, and give rid of that final post
Okay.
on the wrought iron.
So we want to
Make it
match the
simpler.
height. We want to be 36 inches high from the, we want to match,
Service
we want
code.
it to look like it matches the,
Yeah.
and then get rid of the scrolling or whatever you want to call that, and just take it right to the,
Extended, yeah, you probably
Column.
have a few more spindles,
Mm-hmm.
because of the distance there.
I've kind of that last post on the top step, if the handrail top connects over to, I'm
Yeah.
not sure if you're gonna have enough
I would connect,
support.
I think it will. I'm just saying that because actually the wood post is a better anchor than what they're gonna be surface mounting to the top of the concrete step. And that mounting into the concrete step's another weak point.
Sure.
So I think it's a better installation.
Cool.
we can do that.
My only thing I want to make sure I clarify, the spacing of the pickets, spindles, there we go, on the handrail running across, the railing running across the porch. Early on, we were talking about 4 inches on center. Is it 4 inches center or is it 4 inch spacing clear in between those spindles? The reason I asked that,
Yeah, you weren't here at the last meeting.
I was not. It felt.
We went over that, but, it was, I'm trying to look here.
So I drew it out, scaled it out, and if you have 4 inch spacing on a 2 1/4 inch thick spindle, you got 1 3/4 inch clear in between them, it's gonna be visually opaque. Typically, that 4 inch clear is in between them, which means less spindles, less cost for the client.
Mhm.
I think it gets the visual that you wanna have.
And the code is, you can't get a 4 inch ball.
Can't get a small child's head through it, or a ball through it, or an animal, I guess a small one.
So what's there is scaled out to be more, visually is more 4 inch clear. If it was 4 inch center to center, they'd be super tight together. You're basically a knuckle width of space in between.
What do you want it to say?
I think you go to what code is. If code says that it's 4 inches or just below 4,
Mhm.
that's the spacing you want.
Okay.
Typically, historically, they'd be wider, but now code requires it tighter.
Yeah.
So just meet code to the bare minimum, and that's
We're gonna have to for the building department anyway, so, yeah.
max allowed by code.
Yep.
So what would the actual spacing be, close to 5 inches?
Well, if we
We
go
just done 4.
It depends on how you measure, center to center.
2.5.
Could be.
If you're at 4 clear and you have 2 1/2, 2 1/4, 2 1/4, it would be 4 plus 2 1/4 would be 6 1/4 center center. Okay. Max that code allows. Okay, any other questions or comments? Yes.
With the commission, is this going to be drawings to staff on the final drawing for this? Or?
Yeah, just on drawing staff for the record.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, item GB 2406-021, 870 South Third Street, I move to approve as the applicant has amended their application, that the wrought iron rail is the same height as the wood rail, that the wrought iron rail is attached to and supported by the wood post at the end of the porch, and that the balusters are the maximum spacing allowed by code.
Second,
Any questions on the motion?
no,
All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have it, motion passes.
Thank you.
Where did I see that? That's all.
All right, moving on to item number 5, GB-24-05-019, 575 South Grant Avenue. I need to recuse myself.
Raise your right hands. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And state your names, please.
Jamie Sanders with Fiesel.
Richard Smith with Fiesel.
Thank you. Nicole?
This is a request for action that was continued for an exterior building alteration. It's to remove the existing aluminum siding and to install a boral lap siding in the color iron gray. to remove the existing asphalt shingle roof and replace with the GIF Royal Sovereign in the color charcoal. Noting the GIF Royal Sovereign in nickel gray is the approved shingle. Charcoal is not on the approved shingle list. And also they will install the gray metal ridge roll as required. To remove and replace the low slope roof through EPDM in the color black. And to remove the existing K-style OG gutters and to install a 5-inch black half-round gutters. Installing new 2x3 downspouts painted black. The following is the now approved June 2024 changes and amendments, where the application was continued to allow time for updated materials. The commissioner comments. The commission confirmed that the applicant should document the siding condition on a more historic elevation if the applicant believes some parts of the structure are earlier than others. The applicant should obtain a selective demolition COA from HPO staff before completing any work. The commission expressed concern that the window from details may be impacted by the thickness of the proposed wall material. And the commission suggests the applicant propose both OG and half-round gutters for the property to align with roof angles and fascia. The commission emphasized that no soffit bends should be used on the property. The commission requested HPO staff provide any details on if the charcoal color for shingles was considered during the creation of the approved shingle list. HPO staff have confirmed, and the charcoal color was not specifically looked at during the creation of the approved shingle list. And this is because only colors in the gray and gray families were considered for the list, and charcoal is more of a black pigment for the shingle. HPO staff recommend the commission determine if charcoal is appropriate for the specific structure. The applicant was approved for an additional test patch on June 25th as a staff approval, and they have submitted photos from that test patch of the siding conditions. Staff recommends the commission continue the application to allow the applicant time to pursue repairing the historic siding. And the basis for the staff recommendation is City Code 31611, standards of alteration, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9, 10, 11, and 12. The German Village guidelines for siding on page 45. 1, and that is it.
Comments?
As far as the condition of the siding behind the aluminum, I guess what we're worried about, as you can see, there's not only vertical, but it's horizontal cracking, probably dry rot. And when we remove the existing siding, you know, the amount of fasteners they use to install the aluminum will just leave an insane amount of holes to repair, and probably not going to be the best looking siding after.
And if you do boral, what about the trims around the windows and doors openings and stuff like that?
Currently, the trim is it's capped, it's painted, which if we run into a situation where if the elevation of the siding sticks out farther than the window, we can certainly recap to make sure that the area is not recessed.
So when you say it's capped, is it a metal?
Yeah. So the bottom.
So you don't plan on replacing that?
No, we definitely would like to replace it with a boral trim.
Okay.
Yeah. The bottom is exposed wood. The sill is, they left it wood,
Yeah.
but the top, the sides and the top are capped aluminum and painted currently.
Has staff had a chance to look at this?
We've done the site visit, just the photo that we've seen.
Trista, your thoughts?
So what I've always heard about wood siding is like all the holes from the new siding. Yeah, I don't know, how difficult is that to patch on? It's probably
And-
pain, but
Yeah, it's literally thousands, you know, by the time you tear off all the aluminum.
I'd be okay with them, replacing it.
Yeah, not replacing it, just gonna cover.
Yeah, but I mean, just putting it
Oh,
over, yeah. Instead of making them fix it, I guess, I should say.
Restore
Right.
and the boral window trim will stick out from.
Correct.
Yeah.
it. Any other discussion about the siding issue?
I don't have anything on the side.
Gutters. You got two different eve conditions. You've got a plumb one and you've got a perpendicular cut one. typically plumb is OG and perpendicular is half round.
Mhm.
Is that what you intend to do?
I think the intention was a half round, if I'm not mistaken.
Originally, we did apply for a half round, but I did explain to the owner, or after our discussion last month, that it would be both.
Okay, all right. I guess that leaves the last issue, I think is, am I correct, is the shingles?
Yes.
So you want special permission from us to use a different colored shingle?
He would like to go darker, the owner, but yes.
Commissioners, thoughts?
Does it essentially almost look black?
I wish we had a sample of it.
Yeah.
Pretty dark.
There's the,
How dark is the iron gray paint color?
yes.
That was gonna disappear.
So we've got a couple of those already.
Right.
So the Columbia asked you what the implications are. It's like we approve this color shingle. I don't see it as a test case, other than it's a variance from what's approved. Does it go on the record that this is okay then for anybody else?
So the way the staff approval list works that you all reviewed back in April is that we'd only be able to staff approve what's on the approved list. So if anyone else were to apply for this color shingle, it would come to you in that case as well. If it's not on the approved list, it couldn't go to staff basically.
Okay, gotcha. That's what I was curious about.
And to get on the approved list, it would have to, right now, we're not making changes to the approved list. Just
Yeah,
the kind of
yeah.
summary statement.
I just want to know what the implications are.
Yes.
How far is the one closest to the approved list? Is it much of a difference? I mean, if you know.
I say, I don't think I have any like photos of the materials on file for this.
So will there be any color difference between the shutters and the window trim and the siding?
I do believe so. The shutters, the current shutters, they're vinyl, by the way. It's not a wood. So it's I want to say they were like a brown, they'll definitely be a different color. I don't know how much they'll contrast each other or not. I'm not sure if he's going to stay with the shutters at all.
I'm not.
I don't know if we've even gone through this. I don't know if we've gotten to the shutters yet, but I would assume he's going to want to go back with those or eliminate them altogether.
We're assuming he's keeping them.
I'm sorry.
We're assuming he's keeping them.
Yes.
And for the applicant, if the shutters were to, if you were to want to remove the shutters permanently, you would need to apply for a COA for that as well.
I guess when you do the extra trim, it's going to move the shutters over just a hair, and it so visually sometimes as they get closer, sometimes they get a little too close.
But typically, houses in the village did not have shutters,
Did not.
did not.
Okay.
So if the shutters go this time, they will never come back.
Okay. Gotcha.
Heads up. It's been our rule.
Gotcha.
So if he wants to keep it, keep
Okay.
it. Okay. Anything else, Teresa?
No, I guess I mean, my thought is go with the roof color that's on the approved list, but it's not that big of a deal to me.
Teresa?
Well, from my view, I barely see any roofs anyways, so.
But
I'll remember that.
yeah, I should remember.
All right, so I have a motion.
Did I ask? a
Yes.
question? So I just, with the conversation, realized, if they're replacing the trim, we typically require a second paint color for to differentiate between siding and trim. Does the commission want that just to go to staff and? Or do you want to kind of?
He wants it all one color, I believe.
Yes, that's why I was trying to, so.
So,
Well, it's an option is slightly darker or slightly lighter.
So there needs to be contrasting color from trim to siding. Is that,
It's our typical staff recommendation for that. That's our typical process, but we don't,
And
I would say
honestly,
we don't
we
always.
have lots of houses in the village that do not have a different trim color. It's all painted one color.
especially the newer ones?
Yeah, well, even the older one.
So it's not something we're suggesting
Yeah.
that we held up for. I just wanted to clarify
Yeah.
that on the record.
So all one color.
Fantastic, thank you.
Motion.
I move on application GV 24 05 019 575 South Grand Avenue to approve the application as submitted. After removal of the aluminum sidings, determined that the underlying wood siding had some cracking and damage and had way too many nail holes to effectively repair. And that we are approving the darker asphalt roofing, and also that the window trim and shutters and window box be painted the same color as the siding as requested.
I would add all new trims
Oh, all
need
new
to match
window-
page 70 to the guidelines.
all new window trim to match with the guidelines and to protrude an appropriate amount for the thicker wall. And also we are going with 2 different types of gutters to match the heat conditions.
And shingle color?
I already said that.
Good,
Darker
okay.
one, the darker
Good.
one as requested.
Second,
Second?
all those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? None. You have a COI.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
You guys want this back or?
If it's okay, we'll take that for the record. Perfect. Thank you.
That's the. We're gonna have to read the stuff up because you will. Button up on a call, find a hill.
I can't see anything except the back one. Nobody can see. Oh, yeah. Note that Chairman Hartley is back.
All right, move on to item 6, GV 24 05 022 101 103 Thurman Avenue. Once you're settled, please raise your right hands. You swear to tell the truth, whole truth, but the truth.
Yeah.
Your name?
Joshua Young.
Thank you.
Chad Baker.
Thank you.
This is a request for action that was continued for an exterior building information. This application is in response to a code violation. That violation number is 2444. -0028, to maintain the unapproved soffit vent, to install molding painted to match on one side of the soffit vent. And the applicant was recently approved for rubber roof, asphalt shingle roof, and box gutter repairs with COA G3-23-12-014. The staff analysis is that the following is from the now approved June 2024 GBC hearing minutes. Commissioner comments, the commission confirmed the soffit vents as installed do not follow the issued COA or mean city code or general village guidelines. And the commission recommended the applicant submit any other soffit vents to 311 for suspected code violations. The application was also reviewed in the May 2024 GBC hearing, and the comments from those minutes are in your agenda. The applicant has not submitted any additional materials and has returned to the original proposal to maintain the existing soffit vents as installed with the addition of the molding detailing. Staff recommends the commission continue the application to allow the applicant time to look into alternative venting methods that are more in line with city code and Dearborn Village guidelines. The basis for that staff recommendation is city code 3011611, standards for alteration 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9, 10, 11.
Anything else to add?
No.
Questions, comments from the commission?
I hope I'm ready to keep the fence as is and put the deck.
Sorry, could you?
I hope I'm permitted to keep the fence as is and put the decorative molding around the side of it. And you weren't present at the other meeting. There were about 20 houses that I found that had the exact same venting. The 14 of them were discussed. it seems pretty prevalent that they're used throughout German Village. I went through 3 streets and didn't have time to go down side streets, et cetera. And I'm hopeful that I'll be able to keep the venting, which will allow the building to vent much better. Put the decorative molding around the inside of it correct. And have it look as historically as accurate as possible, having the black vents and the black paint blended in together. I've seen many houses that have a very similar black paint, black vents that are on City Park. So you get off at City Park and you park right south of Livingston, you look up and you see houses with the exact same venting. And it seems to be appropriate to let the house vent appropriately.
Question, in terms of that decorative strip, obviously the vents that are there currently take up most of the width of that soffit. Would that trim strip just go straight through the center of the vent space, or roughly the center of the vents?
We can move it one side or the other. I was anticipating putting it on the inside of the vent closest to the exterior wall. That way it would be one continuous piece of molding. And there is I believe we have an attached picture of what molding we would be using.
So from my perspective, the question is to get back to historical look, if we were to approve the soffit vents as installed, that molding, putting it inboard or outboard is going to be what, 2 inches from one edge to the other, basically, it seems like. I'm not sure how that would visually read as what was there before. Okay. If I were to get to the point of approving this, it would need to run over the soffits, which may cover the vents. It may impact intake. I don't know. I have my calculations, so I couldn't tell you for sure. But visually speaking, that's what I'd be looking for. I'm just one vote on the commission.
I would rather do that as opposed to some of the vents I saw were these circular vents that were painted over. They're all about yay big. There are ones that were strips that were painted over, which that would defeat the use of the intake. That how wide are these vents?
8 inches,
So they're 8 inches by how much?
16.
So it would take away 1 inch away from it all the way down. That I'd rather have a vent that would be open all the way down with just one strip around, and put that around the edge as opposed to painting over it, having small holes, having those painted over. That would give, how many inches wide is it again?
8,
8, and how many long?
16.
16, so
Yeah.
1 by 16, so 16, how many vents are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, one side, 1, 2, 3, 4 on the front, and 4 on the other side. So how many is that? That's 6, that's 15, so it's 1 inch for 15 vents. I would take 1 inch away from 15 vents and have that vented. That would give a lot of square space, square coverage and intake. It's still effectively, the vent's still gonna effectively work, right?
Right.
Because you're just covering that one part as opposed to you paint something over that's got really small holes, that's not gonna effectively work. So if the board would be amenable, the commission would be amenable to that.
What page has the picture of the proposed building? Just a photo of it or just that, like?
There's one picture that you asked for a separate picture of it to be emailed. And is it Terry Gerken?
Yeah.
Terry Gerken emailed you that one picture.
So Anthony, we're saying like whatever the trim piece is, it would like run over the side of the existing fence. You're giving it an arrow,
Just run straight down the side, straight down the side,
just down the
right
middle.
over top of rights, to give the appearance of that trim strip, that bead strip basically gets in the center. If the commission can get to that, to me, it's, you're sacrificing the appearance of fence, getting back that bead. Question is, has the applicant made the case that there are none of these out there to allow them to have this land?
I've seen 20 on 3 streets. Like I said, I didn't have enough
There.
time on the side.
There's the,
I estimate that there's roughly 30 to 40% of all houses in German Village have some sort of soffit venting. Based off the anecdotal of going down 3 streets.
what percent you claim?
I'd say roughly 30%. I've looked at based off the number of houses that are on City Park and Third and Thurman. And the number of pictures that I apologize for sending 20 emails in because I kept seeing them. I decided to keep walking down the street, which got a very cute dog, by the way. I was at Mondays and I saw you walking.
Everybody knows my dog, they don't know me.
That works. So I guess for the commission,
30, I'd say percent for sure.
so the applicant has this before us. Guess we'll ask for comments, thoughts from the commission. Commissioner Durst, do you have thoughts on what's proposed?
At the previous hearing, did you like go through all of the previous, the other houses that had this to see if?
Yes, so at the last hearing, we did prepare a list of, well, we didn't prepare the list, the applicant submitted a list of addresses and we checked the files and gave an kind of a brief summary on the history of
How they
the
live with soffit fence?
yes, and so none of the ones that were submitted to us had any approval. And in fact, many included the H-spec to specifically say no soffit vents. I have those, I can pull up the details if there's any specific address, but I don't think, unless I put it in here.
Does that mean that they're just the unfortunate people who got called out for it?
Cited, so unless there are, 20 other people that are in jail for 6 months and $1,000 fine.
30% of the village.
30% of, yeah.
That's kind of the whole code enforcement process is complaint driven, so.
Yeah.
So someone would have had to go up under the house and look up and say, and then proceeded to look up the code, look up and report. I don't know, maybe they went to the other 20 houses on City Park, did the same relative thing, which I think that'd be unfortunate, but
My thoughts are, yes, there are a lot, and there's a lot that aren't. And there's a lot that have other venting types to it. That being said, this kind of falls with how I feel about garage doors. And I think what you're suggesting, Anthony, is a good middle road compromise for a solution to this. I would support that.
I'd support that as well.
I'll make the statement that these houses historically, the HVAC standards of today of air tightness, sealness, it was never a thing. There were gaps, there was airflow that really changed in and out, which has grandstanding here, so bear with me. Things like exhaust vents over stoves now with sealed houses cause air change problems, whereas in the past they're just sucking fresh air from outside. So as we are renovating these houses, it's a unfortunate side effect of creating weather-tight houses. So I think it's something that the commission needs to think about long-term. I think the applicant has made the case that this is out there. At a certain point, I think we should come up with a solution that works in the future, but I don't think we can necessarily punish this applicant for something that is.
Yeah, this is a lot of punishments.
So I do appreciate the willingness to find a middle ground compromise. So with that said, is there any other questions? And if not, is there a motion?
I would just add these houses when they built, didn't have any insulation in them.
Didn't have attic space converted. to
Yeah,
residential.
everything melted.
Attics were basically outside space.
Yeah, snow did not build up on slate roofs because there was too much heat coming up. On applicant GV 240522-101-103 Thurman Avenue, I move to approve the application as amended by the applicant to include a F strip down the middle of the soffit where the original location would be, and let it run across the in situ vents that have been installed.
Second.
Are there any questions on the motion?
No.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Against? Ayes have it, the motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be seeing you.
Nicole,
Goodbye.
on future COAs, anything that's roof,
We'll be
gutter,
seeing you.
soffit related. Let's get that bolded, clear.
Yeah, so currently it's gonna be it's bolded and, in the detail of the spec, and this time I ended up put it up at the top in the description, but, we can certainly make sure it's added for things like gutters and,
I've walked the village too, and I took pictures, and there's all sorts of venting solutions, or none at all.
So if there are solutions that are out there historically appropriate, or if you're seeing if the HPO is seeing it elsewhere, we would love to have some thoughts or ideas that are out there, products that could be more historically appropriate.
At least it could be consistent then.
Yeah, or at least get the same solution. I saw one that was 6-inch rounds, probably 36 on center, and they're really bad, and no trim down the middle.
Yeah, so it'll be something that we will probably have to noodle on as a commission going forward. But we just don't want this to be a precedent that put vents in willy-nilly.
Yeah,
Applications.
something more thoughtful.
All right, moving ahead to item number 7, GB-24-03-016-147 Thurman. We just did that. Item number
Yeah, that was 101, 103 Thurman.
yeah, you're right. Yeah, so 24-03-016-147 Thurman. Once you're both settled, you raise your right hands. You swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth. That's you.
Yes,
Your name?
Carrick Cheryl.
Thank you.
Logan Fitch.
Thank you.
This is a request for action that was continued for an exterior building alteration and landscaping, as well as also new construction. The exterior building alteration is for entrances, porches, and general kind of repair and replacement along the property. Due to kind of the amount of work, we kind of divided this by elevation, so some of it might be a little repetitive depending on if it's on same elevation, so. On the north elevation, to construct a new porch roof with a new column wrapped in true exterior trim, new gutters and downspouts, and a custom-built single porch rail. On the east elevation, to remove the existing spiral stairs to construct a new porch with a second floor deck, including a factory finished welded steel railing, a new column wrapped in true exterior trim, and a masonry first floor patio. On the south elevation, to remove the existing window and increase the opening size to accommodate a new door, to install a new wooden porch step and landing and a new porch awning with painted wood supports. There's no design changes on the west elevation. All materials include masonry pavers that are the pine haul brick clay paver. There are other pavers that is a paved stone, pewter, square concrete stepstone, and a landscaping plan. Repair, it says repair replace, but that's kind of generally for the whole thing. They're not proposing window replacements unless otherwise noted. For doors, siding, roofing, gutters, soffit fascia to match with like materials, and then to spot point exterior masonry. In the landscaping, there's to install new plantings per submitted site plan. Also lay a new dry laid brick walkway in the front yard per submitted site plan, and to construct a new concrete wall in the rear yard per submitted site plan, and to install the 16-inch square concrete paver set with a lemon thyme ground cover in the rear yard per submitted site plan. This also includes the new construction for a new garage, to construct a new two-car, single-story garage with 2 single-car doors and 1 person door facing the primary structure. The garage is to be 22 feet by 23 feet 4 inches, with true exterior 6-inch lap siding painted Sherwin-Williams iron ore, and the trim will be painted Sherwin-Williams Cityscape. There'll be a clopay modern steel garage door, flat panel in the color black, with aluminum OG gutters, and the door is the Geldman 2-panel raised steel door in the color black. The following is from the approved March 2024 GBZ hearing minutes. The application was continued and the commissioner comments. The commissioners informed the applicant that the new concrete walk in the front yard would not be approved and recommended switching to a brick walkway in the front yard. The commission confirmed the front porch for the property should match the historic photos and appearance. The gutters should be K-style gutters, and that is what's currently on the property. The tree can be in the front yard if that is an appropriate space. If not, the tree can be planted in the rear yard. And the commission requested the applicant coordinate all drawings, and the commission requested the existing siding materials be clarified on the drawings. The drawings show lap siding with the materials actually brick as existing. We have also included the comments from the June 2023 hearing, and those are in the agenda if there's questions about those. HBO staff have added the previous materials linked to the agenda for this application. There was no July business meeting, and in this case, there were no requests for additional information from the applicant. Staff recommends the commission continue the application to allow the applicant time to revise their design. The basis for the recommendation is City Code 31611, series for alteration 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Standards for new construction A through N. The German Village Guidelines for porches and stoops 2, 3, and 4. The German Village Guidelines for new construction for garages and outbuildings 1 through 15. And that is it.
Anything else to add?
So I think, is this our 3rd iteration?
Yes.
I think at this point, we've kind of heard the commission's requests for the front porch roof. Most importantly, I think this is the 3rd iteration, that front porch roof, more typical of what's been found on Thurman Avenue. We made some design concessions to stay within the existing parameters and openings of the building, removing that double slider door off the kitchen. No new openings, if I'm correct, Eric. Yeah, so I feel like we've kind of gone back and dialed it in and feel like it's an appropriate project for the area. So I don't know if there's anything else that has come forth, if you guys would like to see anything else, but we were kind of under the impression that we'd be able to maybe move forward for this project at this point.
Questions, comments from the commission?
My initial question is, the siding on your drawings indicates on the south addition that it's a shingle?
So no addition, it's existing.
Yeah, it is.
It's almost like a shake.
Yeah, it's a shake.
I thought it was.
So like for like, if there's any needed repair.
Pretty good. It's classic. Pardon me.
You can see it in the existing photos in the front.
Yeah.
Or the first sheet.
Yep, okay, yep, sure enough. Hey,
I think the older drawings show the clapboard.
maybe that's where I got it from. Okay,
I would address that point, thank you. It's all
okay,
good.
it's good. Take it back.
I just want to real quick go through each elevation, just to make sure we're all on the same page. So north elevation, mentioned roof now, I think it's a much better porch design. I see existing door repaired in place, that's great. Sconce light is added since the last application.
Probably shown, always assumed.
It wasn't on the last
Gotcha.
application. So
Is that an issue? Okay, yep.
So one note, going back to the guidelines. Application. So page 90, page 77 of the guidelines, 95 of the PDF. States that Void exterior light fixtures are overly ornate, electric fixtures in German Village were a 20th century feature, so 19th century inspired coast lamps are inappropriate, blah, blah, blah. There's something in here about porch ceiling mounted lights. This has come up before on applications where we have porches as opposed to just stoops. So for the commission, here we go, to page 76. Our next light fixtures will rarely attach to buildings. Instead, residents rely on street lights. 20th century technology made porch ceiling lights very common in the village. And more information about those kind of things. So do we, as the commission, believe that a wall mounted light at this location is more appropriate than a ceiling mounted porch light?
We have both.
We're fine eliminating the sconce light, and adding 2 6-inch recessed cans as a condition of approval.
I just want to make sure.
It's a better solution.
I think it is. Sconce or recessed cans, if we want to have some kind of globe or something like that, I think that's all fine. But I believe that using the porch ceiling for lighting is a
So we
better.
could hypothetically, if we wanted to add some architectural, like do a ceiling mount flush fixture with commission, with surface mounted, yeah, with commission approval.
And they're typically simple glass globes, something not overly ornate, but it could be architectural,
Or sealed.
simple style.
But for the purpose of trying to get an approval this evening, can we go with,
You want recessed cans, it's fine.
we'll go with,
Yeah.
we'll go with recessed cans, and then, and if we want to bring a fixture back.
I think the
that's
recessed
good.
cans are more appropriate for this because they're no impact.
Yep.
Typically houses like this, they did not have porch, like that was later 1910s houses in the village started to get those. So
We can do that.
So from a north elevation, that's the only real question, one of the questions. So you mentioned brick walkway going up. It reads as stairs, but really it's a step in the walkway coming up to the porch. But it looks, from the elevations, it all looks like the bricks are above grade. Is that the plan, to have a raised brick pathway, or is it flush with grade pathway?
There's some existing grade change, but generally, if there is some exposure of the sidewalk, it's minimal if anything, but generally it's supposed to be
Roughly with grade, you mentioned.
right, yeah.
I just want to make sure we're going to have some kind of raised.
No,
6 inches above the grade, okay.
No.
So that's my question on that.
yeah, I just walked it this past week, and it is kind of a funny condition, the way that it's got, I mean, right now it's like rotting railroad ties.
Yep.
And so it's, after those are removed, it's, kind of a difficult thing to figure out what the actual grade will be, but
Sure.
the intent is that the brick walk is stepping with the grade.
Did we have any details on the porch rail?
no, I want to talk about that.
Okay.
So we talked about replicating what we could see from that picture that we have. And both sides of this porch have a mid post, which is as big as the corner post, that supports the rail. I also think the posts are bigger historically. There's some damage to that photograph, but anyway, but I think the posts are bigger than what you're showing.
So you're saying the historic post would have been bigger than what's proposed?
Yeah, I think these are on the slender side compared to
The
what we have.
posts for the metal railing or the column supports below,
How about the front porch,
the front porch, so.
which would translate to the back eventually, I would think, but you've got a very thin center post there on the side for your rail.
Yeah, I think if you look at that photo for 182 Thurman, that's, it's on sheet 841, so down a little bit. Yeah, right there. Zoom in on that 182 Thurman. I mean, those were the proportions we were trying to.
But we have a photograph of that porch historically, do we not?
From 1980.
It's difficult to
It's not a good photograph, but I think there's enough context there to figure out that the columns are bigger and that there was a mid post in each side that was the same size as the post supporting the roofs.
So wasn't here last time these were looked at.
We just talked about the fact that it should look okay, but
So the image here is showing the post, the front side, not the side. So,
yeah, and I think that photograph's damaged. I don't think that post goes up all the way.
right, it's probably just the little handrail
Yeah.
to a
Yeah,
hip height post. Going.
I don't know if it's,
Going to the elevation, there's no post in the front, it's a post on the side.
yeah.
So I would say that having a thick post on the side doesn't match historic. So I'm not sure that your
Yeah, I-
comment there would be right.
Well, I looked at the photograph. I think there was a post in the middle, but that's just the way I look at the photograph.
I would think the middle post in the front facade, the north elevation, historically would have been thicker because it's the walkway in. Whereas the side, post on the side wouldn't. I don't think it's necessary.
Yeah, you may be right. But the approach to the porch was important. And I think the columns are bigger.
So from the commission, other commissioners' thoughts on that center post on the, I guess, the elevation on the front porch.
I'm okay with the way it is, the way it looks in the drawing.
Commissioners?
Is that an existing porch that you're showing, or you're reconstructing?
We're reconstructing it. Currently, it's, like I said, it's kind of railroad ties are all deteriorating. There's some brick mixed in there, but it's mostly just a bit of a wreck.
My only point is we said to replicate what was in the drawing. We want to back off that now.
And if you're gonna make questions, if you're gonna replicate what's in the drawing, then to me, in the photo, I mean, there is no side post. Mid post
Okay.
side, if you only the post in front, which I don't necessarily think would be.
Which shows the door to the side.
The entrance to the side.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is the way it was built, but okay. I mean, I'm bringing it up. Sure. That's all.
Good.
And the door that's centered on the window, that's an existing door.
Yes.
So historically, they would just come up the side and just jogged over to
To the
the.
left, yeah. You weren't quite as formal.
So is there a desire on the commission for that to be the case? I'm not of that necessarily.
I'm not either.
Okay.
I'm just bringing it up because what we said last time, that's all. That's the only reason I'm bringing it up.
Sure.
I want to,
And you're saying you're more like replicating portions of the building nearby.
It was the design intent, yeah.
Yeah, I'm fine with that as is. I'm a little concerned that the photograph posts are really chunky,
they are. I find interesting. It's almost,
oversized to them.
well, it's almost, Greek
Okay.
which I don't think is appropriate. Somebody decided it was appropriate back in 1908 or whenever.
Mhm.
Late, yeah.
Channing Frank Furness. Chunky column.
Yeah.
Well, it's at least by the 80s, 70s, 80s, maybe, who knows when it's worse than that. All right, continuing on the east elevation still, or moving east elevation. The patio porch,
Mhm.
right now it's right below the door. Last time you showed a larger block hatching. Now it looks as more brick block hatching. Is the intent for it to be masonry brick for that surface?
Yes. Yep, we moved to more standard brick, like what's shown on sheet on the material sheet A51, for all the surface materials, the walks and porches.
Pine Hall brick.
Yeah, and I selected a photo there that kind of showed the, edge detail for the, for steps in that surface, or the edge of the patio.
In the guidelines on page 69, item 5, avoid brick as material for porch bases, steps, or stoops. Because brick breaks the visual continuity like a stone foundation. So is the foundation of this patio porch? What's the intent there?
That the change in,
Concrete?
yeah, the change in elevation is held by concrete.
Got no other problems with east elevation. The fabric awning over the door on the south elevation,
Yes,
is the intent there to have closed ends or open ends?
it was closed ends.
Also the commission on that, historically, we have asked for open ends, not sure if we're holding that.
Again, if condition of approval is open ends versus closed ends, we'll select a open-ended awning and make sure it's part of the submission to staff.
Any other commissioners feel that open is more appropriate?
We just made somebody do open end, so I think we should be consistent.
Yeah, they can have to be.
And I'll make a statement because this came up previously. You're doing gutter work, fascia, freeze, repair, soffit venting. If you're planning on doing soffit vents, get your staff. We got to talk about specifically. Don't go installing it and then come back later.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments?
Did we talk about true exterior lap siding and trims?
We confirm with the applicant and they can elaborate any further that it's boral.
It is
It's just another name for, or I guess the
Okay,
new
that's-
name for boral and I.
Your exterior purchased boral, and
Okay.
now it's their brand name for
Yeah.
it.
So I think on our agendas and things, we're kind of doing a as submitted by applicant naming of it, but they're,
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, gotcha. The only thing is I think trims on the garage should be, page, I think 78 of the guidelines.
We reviewed that page and did the best we could to match what was there.
Yeah, needs to be matched.
One more question. So the porch, the elevated porch, the intent is for this to be supported by the posts.
Yes,
Okay, I do see 3 outboard posts, 2 inboard posts. Is the intent for that, I guess, the beam against the house? The span, the
yes,
entire length?
yes.
The notion being no attachment, right?
We don't want. to
Yeah,
have
that we're
any-
not
Yeah, no,
attaching.
okay, yeah.
Trying to bolt through brick and all that.
That'd be fine.
We want it to be freestanding. The theory behind it all is if someone wants to take it off, it's not going to damage what was there.
Gotcha. Yeah, we can accommodate that.
Any lighting fixtures on that side porch?
I don't know if we've discussed that, but I assume that your preference would be for them to be recessed and not building mounted, so
Recessed or suspended from the center would be better.
we will, as of right now, they will be recessed if it's going to be a decorative fixture that's visible from anything other than that. We'll make sure it gets
Probably
limited.
others. Yeah.
Yeah.
Same as the front porch.
Or there's going to be some kind of complications having the drainage system and everything for the deck above. So. Okay. Any questions, comments?
No.
Hearing none, is there a motion?
Do we have any modifications or are we all good?
Just the removal of the sconce on the north elevation and the replacement of lighting for the front porch with recessed cans.
Gotcha.
And the rear awning open-ended.
Oh, and the rear awning open fabric. Yep.
Hey, on item EB 2403-016-147 Thurman Avenue, I move to approve as amended by the applicant with the closed open awning, front porch ceiling fixture can, and there light fixtures on the porch, side porch.
Will be recessed as well.
Not by application, but they're going to do it.
Okay.
Second.
Any questions on the motion?
No.
All those in favor? Against? Ayes have it, motion passes. Thank you much.
I think
Moving ahead to item number 8, GB-24-07-019, 157 Thurman. Just doing all Thurman today. Let the record show that he's still on the record, sworn in.
This is a request for action. It says continued on the staff report, but it's not been a request for action on the agenda yet, so it's not been continued over. It is exterior building alteration, new construction and landscaping. For the exterior building alteration, it's to introduce a porch and a general repair replacement. Again, it's divided by elevation, but the materials can remain the same for all elevations. So on the north elevation, to construct 2 new covered porches with a painted wood railing and baluster, columns wrapped with true exterior, a mansard style roof with shingles from the approved shingle list. On the east elevation, will be to construct 2 new covered porches. Yes, same materials. South elevation is a new covered porch, same materials. And the west elevation is also another porch with the same materials. All materials for the property includes masonry pavers from Pine Hall brick clay paver. There is a concrete stepstone in the rear yard for the landscaping plan. Gutters are 6-inch K-style gutters. The roof is the GAF slate line English gray. Siding is to be repaired and replaced to match. They will also repair windows, doors, siding, roof gutters, soffits and fascia to match existing like materials, and to repair the slate roof and existing box gutters in kind. Landscaping includes to install new plantings per submitted site plan, to lay a new dry laid brick walkway in the front yard per submitted site plan, and then those 16-inch concrete pavers in the rear yard per submitted site plan. It also includes the construction of a new garage with the true exterior lap siding, painted iron ore, trim in the cityscape, Copay modern steel garage door, aluminum OG gutters, and the doors that gel blend 2-panel raised steel door, and they color black. Staff analysis, this application was previously placed on the January 2023 agenda for conceptual review, but the commission did not comment on the application due to the applicant's absence. And HPO staff have added 1 photo from the 1970s from the property. Commissioners did request additional photos, and the applicant did submit additional photos of the property that should be in your digital materials packet, but if they're not on the Kindles, they will be on the current on-screen materials package for those photos. The basis for that staff recommendation is City Code Rule 1611. Standards for alteration 1 through 5, and then 9, 10, 11, and 12. The City Code Rule 1612, standards for new construction, A through N. The German Village Guidelines for porches and stoops, 2, 3, and 4. And the German Village Guidelines for new constructions of garages and outbuildings, through 15.
Anything else to add?
So I think, apologies for the January 23 meeting. But I think it was heard previously because there were some staff recommendations about the 2-story porch in the rear, not having the hipped roof on the flanking sides of the entrance. Now that was a year or two or more.
That was back when we were still working on the master plan
Gotcha.
in 21.
But those notes did get picked up in this newest iteration, matching the mansard, side porch roofs, removing the 2-story patio in the rear. I think those are the most important items.
And just to clarify, with the 2021, 2022, the final action from the commission was just a variance recommendation at that time.
Questions, comments from the commission?
Nicole, the picture you added, do you know what the date of that is?
It is it's from the 1970s, but it didn't specify a year. It's just kind of associated with COAs from that time.
Wait, my point is that you're removing the gable trim that's up there. I don't know if the gable trim is appropriate for the architectural style, but it's contributing at this point. I think it needs either to be restored or replaced. It can't be restored.
I would agree with that comment. That was one of my notes.
My other one was garage wood trims per page 78 of the guidelines.
Got a bunch of items. Maybe I was supposed to go first.
Go do it.
Ready? Looking at. Elevations. So looking at page 821, starting with the front of the house. Is there photos provided did not give a good view of the west facade on the front porch. Other side, east. Get it all turned around. Northeast, yeah. So look at the photo page, top left photo. Right now, you're getting kind of the full north facade, missing that kind of look around corner. Is there what's existing on that?
There's one, I think what you're talking about is the bottom right-hand corner in that picture right there. Yeah, that you got the cursor on. If you zoom into that, I think that would answer your question. So that's in that picture, the front is on the right, so, because you're curious about
What about the other side?
What's existing currently is a concrete steps up to a door. It's right there in the middle picture right there. Yep, that one. So that is exactly opposite of what you were, of the one we were just looking at. Does that make sense?
That can't be. So, just look at this picture.
Yeah.
He wants to.
You got a door window.
Oh, you want
The west.
We don't have a good visual picture of that side.
It's like a blank brick wall.
Was it just a
yeah,
blank wall?
it's right there.
Top right.
This here?
Yep, that's it.
Was just a blank brick wall, no penetrations, no
Correct.
evidence of any openings or headers, footers, or.
That is correct. There's nothing on that wall.
I think they originally wanted to.
Yeah, we wanted to put a couple windows in it, but we took those off.
Sure. It would be good if we can get a photo to document that current condition now for the file. So in the future, if everybody wants to go back, we can see if there's any shadow lines and porch roofs, that kind of stuff that goes there.
I think it's, let's see here, if I'm back on the A01 sheet, I think. Yeah, I think most of it is visible, in the top right corner. Yeah, yep, right where her cursor was.
Okay. Gotcha. All right,
But I mean, I have more photos of it that I can provide.
the more evidence we can get into the file, the better we are. 5, 10, 20, 50 years in the future.
Do we have Sanborn maps of this one? That show any porches of areas?
No. In this material packet, but I do believe if we go to the 147 from the agendas, right? We've got the next, like the Sanborn maps full for that one, but if not, we can. Either just do the agenda. Yeah. And just see if it's.
Yeah.
One closer to. Right there, yeah. So those should show the same, or the 157.
So they have a porch on the northeast corner and then
Yeah.
Side with the windows.
which has the shadow line.
Yeah.
Okay. So that would bring up the question, putting a porch where historically there was not a porch. That was problematic in other applications we've had, especially on the principal facade.
I mean, there's certainly evidence of a porch there now. When you look at that photo, I mean, there's, you know, flashing lines. So, I mean,
On the east side,
it would be the west side.
the west side, we know there's a porch there, it's on the Sanborn map, it's the other side.
No.
No.
No,
Northeast side.
the opposite.
So the bottom right photo shows you all the shadow lines. Yeah, that's the northeast side.
Yeah, there's,
The back of the house.
I just saw a photo up of the other side that, it may have been in the additional materials. Yeah, right, the next one down. Yep, that's it right there. So I mean, you can see that there was a cover there. You know, there's certainly a door there. There's a door there that's existing, from the interior.
But my thinking, you go to the historic photo on page 19 of the application. I think that shadow line is from that fabric awning, based upon the position.
Ah,
I'm not gonna say that the double porches is not an attractive solution. Coming at it from a historic solution, putting porches where porches didn't previously exist is not something we've done. So that would be a hurdle to overcome.
okay,
I'm not saying we can't get there, I'm just saying that's, to me, that's a hurdle.
sure.
Well, we've always said it's false history.
And looking at.
But a stoop with a covered door, if it was a awning,
That it's historically has been there, that would be your grounds to get that.
okay.
Not to completely table the symmetry of the porches. Aesthetically, and like you said, maybe it could be discussed further, but
Aesthetically, it's not bad, but historically, it's a faux historicism that this was a front door at one point in time. The primary door, based on the porch evidence, has always been the northeast corner. And there's no evidence in the Sanborns this was ever a duplex to say that there would be two entrances, primary entrances. Moving around the building. Just provide the photos, appreciate that of the, what's there. So on the east elevation, this would be the southeast corner, so the kind of the back of the property. You're calling for a new 2-panel door. In the photos provided, page, assuming this is the right photo. Page 17. That's one that's got that short window. That door potentially original, or is that replaced somewhere along the line? Being wood, tend to err on the former.
I honestly don't know. I mean, the building, when you walk through it, has been divided into a duplex. I think it's not very well divided into a duplex. When I walked through it, I kind of felt like that door may have been an entrance to the upstairs. Just like the orientation of the stairs and the way things were done at one point or another, but they're no longer that way. It's.
I think I've just talked myself onto the side you're going to. So from the photos on the first page, top center photo, there is an old header. So I believe that small window and that door are not original openings, which gets us to, it's not original door. So I think you're good.
Okay.
We want to go back to the original opening, you have
Nope.
opportunity.
Nope,
Okay.
we wanna keep that door.
Um,
It's really the only door in the building, exterior door in the building that was pretty unsalvageable. It's just destroyed because someone has tried to enter the building.
Top of gable trim. Got the store photo. The agenda did state a new concrete wall in rear yard.
That was misprint from the previous application, so I did remove it from the staff report copy, but it may not have ended up removed from the finished version of the agenda that yours.
That's fine. I think those were my items. Pairing roof. Pairing the soffit gutters. The venting, unless you're planning on doing it, then talk to staff. Any window replacements?
The windows, for the most part, are in pretty good shape. I think there were a couple that needed a piece or two of wood that needed to be fixed. Probably a pane of glass somewhere that needs to be replaced, but.
It just knows this on the east elevation. The demo plans call for removing existing door for a new window. But your proposed plans don't call it out as a new window. Typically, we would want the infilling brick below the window. So we want that door to stay a door, especially if it's an original door opening. You can fix it shut.
Yep.
But not breaking up the opening, not making the window.
Yep.
Keep the transom, which is there.
Could we mix it shut with full opening?
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
like all the way to the sill. Keep the opening, no new brick.
we can fix because because that existing door is a solid door. So you're wanting to swap it? Sorry.
Well, so we aren't
it?
we aren't allowed to put windows on that west elevation. So you've got two smaller windows for that living space. That door wouldn't be like an entry, so if we could do a full light door.
I think right now we don't have any evidence of what kind of door is there unless you provided pictures in the initial pictures.
It's
Of course, anything we have is showing.
it's sheet A03, top left photo.
No. Sorry.
I have an A03.
Who's this? it. It looks like it,
Existing,
yeah,
existing issue.
I don't.
The point I get to is kind of two-parter. One, if it's an original door, we don't want to lose an original fabric.
Yep.
If it's a replacement door, full light, there has been, we've approved full light doors, put in place, fixed shut, acts like a window, but it's just a door. That has not been a problem. So we just need to identify if it's an original door or if it's been a replacement.
Is this the window into the bathroom?
No, it's,
The second floor, it's the one below it.
it's, yeah, correct.
Yeah. That's the initial, original entry porch. Aside from that, I'm okay with the rest of the design.
Okay, how do you want to square the northwest porch?
Is there? I mean. Really, I mean, if it's a pad with an awning, like was originally there,
I have no problem with that. Other commissioners have thoughts on the northwest entry?
I'm fine with just a canopy or awning.
If, if there's historic evidence of a fabric awning over a concrete porch, can the size be stretched a little bit?
What is a little bit?
I don't know.
I mean, it's not gonna be the full size footprint of a porch, that's for sure.
it's dealt with as porches, it's not bad, the fabric, it's just better.
Okay,
To me, your best bet is to follow the shadow line. It's a slam dunk.
okay,
Bigger, we need to have a better understanding of what you're proposing.
Should be some indication of what the porch was like too.
I don't see any, in the photos, I don't see any stoop that would be there. I get a little concerned that that many steps out of that door would be not code compliant. So we would need at least a 3-foot landing outside the door.
I would say if there's, again, not having better photographic evidence, if there's any, if there was some kind of elevated stoop pad, it would be below the water table, obviously. You probably see some kind of evidence along the foundation wherever attached. So look for that in the photos if you can find that. Yeah, that.
Otherwise, it may have just been steps.
Might also be able to find some evidence of foundation, might be some remnants under the dirt. Weeds, grass. If that opening where that pipe is coming out, if that's got like a vent or a grill in it, that would typically indicate that it did not extend past that. So trying to find where your parameters are to work within, I think, is the important piece.
Okay.
Whatever evidence you can provide to us would be.
If the evidence would show that there were simply stairs coming out of that door and code would require at least a 3-foot landing on the side of the door, is that acceptable?
You have lots of places that don't have a 3-foot landing.
Yeah, does code require that these days?
Yeah.
Is that just commercial?
Yeah, you can, um, on a path of egress, you have to have a 3-foot laning on either side of the door, with no more than one step.
Says a required path of egress resident.
Just not sure that that code applies to residential.
I'm not either.
It does. But I guess there is more than one path of egress, so, well, what do you wanna do here?
Stairs out would be completely fine with me.
Okay,
Yeah,
If you want to propose stairs out for now to get what you need,
yep.
if you find evidence and you want to come back and
I think that'd be
case for
fine.
something bigger,
Okay.
we can. do
Yep.
that.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's the porch. The trim up top, kind of heard comment on that. Are you willing to amend the application to keep the trim, restore the trim up top?
yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Actually in pretty good shape.
I think we need evidence of that, northeast corner door that you want to replace with the full light. We need to figure out what that is historically. So I recommend we probably pull that off the application to, split it, to make it separate.
Sure.
Get you what you need to move forward.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that was it. If we figure out the back, that rearish door was not original, so.
Is this the area, this is the area you guys are talking
Yeah.
about, right? So doesn't that look like that was kind of a
Can't, no,
landing?
that's, well, that's the water table, the masonry that comes over here, it doesn't return.
Hmm.
And I think this is all vegetation, just,
Yeah, I couldn't see.
yeah.
Kind of looks like it comes out, but I can't tell either.
I think we're on the track that it wasn't just stairs.
And if you haven't checked with GVS, they may have a physical photo on file from that 70s, 80s timeframe.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments from the commission?
No, other than what are all the changes?
So changes are to split that door on the northeast porch till we can determine what that is. So that would be split the application.
Okay.
Amended to change the northwest porch to a fabric awning to match the historic photo. And steps coming down and a single element stone or concrete, something of that nature. And to retain and restore apex trim on the north facade.
Sorry, I was nodding in agreement. I should have said yes.
So we ask for the yes at the end.
Can I verify, the commission's intent is to split out the door, or just to remove the door and have the applicant submit a new application for the door? Like,
Okay, splitting it to keep it on, unless you're comfortable looking at it and making the determination if it's historic or not.
I mean, if it's a change in style of door from a panel door to like a full light door, I bring it to you anyway.
Yeah.
It's just heading into August, there's not the deadline is July 11th for all applications, regardless of new or not. So I just really have to,
Sure.
whatever makes sense for the clarity of the record and for the applicant.
We'd be able to get in and get a photo.
So
What's your third item?
trim, door split, and porch. Apex detail.
Oh, gable, okay.
There you go.
So the issue with the door, the northeast porch doors, we got a door.
Don't know if it's historic.
We don't know if it's historic.
They want a full light door. Well, one other clarification or assuming amended, the door that they proposed to make the window, which is that same door.
Yeah.
It's the same door.
That's the same door.
Yes,
Operate at the bottom. It would be a full light that they could get.
Yeah.
yes.
Which is why I recommended splitting it out into a separate.
I appreciate the effort that you are making to work with us.
Yeah, thank you.
Trying to get you what you need. Hold back what we can.
So let's make it, let me get here. Okay, so,
Before you jump, is there
Yeah.
anything else that you need, Nicole, before we start making motions?
The color of the awning to staff is okay, or,
I think the staff is fine.
okay,
open-ended.
open-ended, yes.
Well, they do have a historic photo showing it both end.
Oh, really? Okay.
It's on there. They should both end on that one.
Sorry. Okay. Okay, that being said, an item GV 2407019, I move to split this into part B, which is for the northeast porch door resolution. Is it an existing door, et cetera, to be determined? And then part A for the rest of the applicant.
We've got a motion. Is there a second on the motion?
Second.
Any question on the motion?
No.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have it, motion passes. We're split.
All right, Mr. Chairman, on item GV 2407019, Part A, I move to approve as amended by the applicant. The northwest porch, as indicated, will be deleted, and it will be provided with an awning and limestone steps.
Concrete.
Let's talk about that.
Okay.
I don't think limestone steps is more appropriate than concrete on the front, permanent front of a building.
It would depend on, I've seen a few iterations on the street.
I don't think we would approve concrete now on a building.
If this was a secondary door,
It would be wood.
true.
Concrete could be, wood could be agreeable.
It would have been poured concrete in this building.
Limestone, we could do limestone.
Okay, good. Limestone steps. And gable end restored or can't be restored replicated. In the same material, in kind. Is that it?
Yes. Cool. Got a motion. Do you agree with the motion?
Yes.
Any question, or is there a second?
Second.
Any question on the motion?
No.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have it, motion passes.
So in part B, we're gonna continue it.
Second.
Right?
Yeah, yeah,
I like it.
kind of got a motion, got a second on the kind of motion. Any questions on this motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have it, motion passes.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Again,
Let's work through that.
I appreciate the effort.
I need to take a quick 5 and then we'll come back.
Cool.
So, I'm making, I know this is gonna. Jeepers, I don't, or in 2 steps or stairs, but I can bring it up at the base. It's.
You're standing there.
Okay.
What is from the original sheriff and saying you got the place logically, for some place, no, with my car. Okay, they got tired of putting the right out. That's huge, something for it. That's his movements of just was moved.
Now it goes in.
They both would, but they weren't such a shape, whatever those places going for. Right on the street. So.
Filled with steak.
Yeah.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure. It's not fast at all. Because I huge, so many things. I better lost. Straight line. Yeah. Because it's right next to 1,008. Hopefully it's not as straight as you would stairs.
Yeah.
Stairs along that. Yeah, I think so. Instead of it's been done, they do.
Yeah, but
Yeah. And what I was thinking about, she's got to go with a, it's foul. Like a fake. Yeah, it's a hung fixture, but you're probably looking at it, should fake up for this. But anyway, so it's okay, so when I know that one, it's like. Yeah, it's at least if I keep going. Yeah. Thanks. I mean, there's lots.
you know, finding the meetings, I was structure shit. Yeah. I want to sit across the happening.
Yeah, it's probably should be, I bet.
Well,
I was reading on. Only not the last one. That went dark. Yeah. Did you have a good vacation, Anthony?
yeah, you did.
Yeah, nice.
Didn't watch the entire hearing.
You did?
Erica and Matthew's nieces were all out. I can get the non-dog areas of the park. The puppy stay back. Yeah.
That's too funny. Yeah.
Beat up and
Yeah.
watch the,
Crack Poland.
you know, we need to talk about what you do on your vacation.
Yeah, he's gonna say it. He could have done something better than
I
that,
got a
but
vacation.
Yeah.
I was Scott and, Kevin and,
so bored.
you know,
What with these posers did for.
if you can get this, you could also get YouTube.
Did he do okay?
Yeah. Yeah. He puts this report, who's on there? Business. Oh, I watched the highway since I went back to the barn, refilled your. I much it going. I think that we could. Big joint still possible. Works there, no order between necessary. Open seats covered or what?
Yeah.
This house. It's working. Joking. Oh, God. On the side? Oh, my God. If somebody wants to do this, bring it back out. Oh, my God, I'm sitting right there.
Great.
Right?
All right. Let's get back into it. It's back on the record. This is item number 9, GV-24-07-020, 570 South Sixth Street. Come on down.
While they're looking forward,
Yes.
just to put on the record that Commissioner Schultz is now
Yes.
on the record as well.
Nope. Once you're both settled, you raise your right hands. You swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and the truth. Right, your name?
Sophie Lazarus.
Thank you.
Mitchell Bartholomew.
This is a request for action for an exterior built-in alteration for new gas lamp fixtures. To remove the existing electrical light fixture on the front west elevation and to install a new gas lamp in the same location as the removed light fixture. The fixture is the small copper wall fixture measuring 21 inches tall by 10.5 inches wide by 12 inches deep. And then also to install a new gas lamp on the south elevation near the side yard rear gate as indicated in the photos. And that is the same fixture, the small copper wall fixture measuring 21 inches tall by 10.5 inches wide by 12 inches deep. Staff analysis, there was no July business meeting. One commissioner did inquire about if the existing gate was approved and HPO staff could identify any COAs for that gate. HPO staff placed this application on the agenda because the proposed fixtures are gas. And what's currently there is electric. And then also the proposed fixtures are larger than what is typically staff approvable. And there's currently no light fixture on the south elevation, so that is a change. Staff recommends the commission continue the application to allow the applicant to select a smaller light fixture that is more in line with the Durban Village guidelines. The basis for that recommendation is City Code 31611, standard for alteration 2, 3, 5, 9, 10, 11, and 12. And then specifically the Durban Village guidelines on ornamentation, trim, brackets, hood mold, shutters, and light fixtures, which is 2 and 4. And then the German Village guidelines for exterior considerations, site lighting, street furniture, pools, fountains, and gazebos, 1, 2, and 3.
All right, anything else to add?
So,
Questions, comments from the commission?
So let's talk about the south one first. Typically, previous conversations here, these houses never had light fixtures by doors. Okay, we lived in darkness. So we understand the need to do it. It architecturally shows you where the door is, provides light, etc. The one you're showing on the south is just to light your gate.
Yeah.
Probably not appropriate. Would suggest either a soffit spot or a landscape ground light.
One other option, gate post mounted.
Yeah, or gate post mount.
Yeah, we just frequently go through that side.
Yep, totally get it. But that would be a better, something that's not architectural, provides you with illumination, okay? That's my opinion. That's more. And the other thing is I went around and measured some light fixtures and 21 inches is right on the money for a lot of the ones we have. So I have no objection to the size you're showing, but I'd sure like to see a better indication of where you're gonna put it.
On the front.
Yeah,
Is
or off the door.
Is the screw going in the same place where the existing screws are? Like,
Can you go back?
how does the light sit vertically?
Can you go back to the drawing? Yeah.
Yeah, so the specialty gas house was the company that we consulted with, and they said that that would not be an issue, that you didn't see it. He didn't anticipate any alterations to the exterior of the house at all. There would be obviously some repairs that would need to be done on the inside to get the gas from the basement up to the point where they would go out that existing exit.
And I think based on where it's mounted, it looked like when we were out there talking through it, that it would really be where the existing light is, but we could go out and
I think
remeasure.
it needs to be moved off the door jamb.
Oh,
Considering the width of it and clearance and how far it sticks out.
Or the existing one is centered with the also.
Yeah, I think it.
so left, you're saying?
Yeah.
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 So it looks like it comes with this 10-inch long mounting plates, and you can probably adjust it wherever you want. So is your intent to just put it so the top is where the top of the existing fixture is now? And then it just hangs down a little lower? Or are you gonna raise it up a bit? And have the bottom aligned with the.
It should be higher.
Okay,
I'm going with where Trish was going.
Yeah.
so if we mounted it where it is mounted, then it would fall
So-
higher.
So the bottom
Yeah.
is pretty much where it is now and just sits 3 inches higher. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll make my statement that I'm not a proponent of adding gas lighting on houses that didn't have evidence of having gas lighting. Adding electric lighting is something that historically had happened in the village. Guidelines do state that electric lighting that is added should be simple, not overly ornate. So having a modern-esque fixture, not a historic fixture, I do believe is more appropriate. But to me, it's the gas light that is inappropriate in my stance, but that's just one vote out of 5, so.
We just got so many of these, it's got to be common language in the village, right?
I think I voted against all the gas ones.
Yeah, but you did that. Yeah.
That's my hill to die on.
Got mine. And Tristan, how far do you think it should be off from here? I think it should be like the third point between the window and the door.
Well, is it so far away that it no longer lights the stoop? Yeah.
You're not gonna get that much light from the gas light anyway.
Yeah, it's a really thin gas light.
Yeah.
So I think the intent was to keep it centered over the address.
Well, your new fixture is wider than the existing.
Yeah, it's way wider.
How wide is the existing?
It looks like it's about 8.
Yeah.
It's 10.
So it's anywhere from 2.5 to 4.5 inches. Wider. Looks like.
Yeah, most of them are mounted away from the door.
Mhm. Yeah,
Because
there's
there's gas.
and like, there's in between.
But,
Because they're gas.
yeah, well, I don't know. So you're not hitting it.
Right, where it's kind of, yeah. Center of the-
Yeah, I'd rather have it centered over the address than not. And you're
The address
talking about,
could- The address could move.
then you're gonna have to patch the,
You're gonna have to patch for the light fixture anyway.
but that'll be bigger.
Yeah, it's got this big plate in the back,
Yeah.
10 inches tall.
I'll also
Well, you're
make,
talking about moving it over
12
inches.
Getting it clear. Yep.
so here's one other potential. Right now, you have a back box in the brick for the electric, is my assumption. If you move this over 12 inches, now you have this, potentially, depending on how this was installed, if there's an electric box in that brick, now you have this electric box that needs to be patched and covered up. The other statement is if you're gonna put gas in there, which I'm not a fan of, you want to reuse existing openings to the wall, not cut new holes for piping. This proposed fixture, it's 21 inches tall. The dimension shown is 14 from the top to the gas fitting.
Yeah.
So it's 7 inches from the gas fitting to the bottom. Right now, the fixture that's there is all bottom mounted. So this is going to be much higher than what's there already, if you use the same opening.
That helps.
Well, there's this big back plate, so.
A 10.25 inch backplate.
Yep.
With your,
Yeah, but most of it is below the.
just saying, if you look at the height of what's there currently, I'm assuming it's probably a 12-inch fixture, if not larger. So you're gonna be,
I think it's,
Push it up about 6 inches.
it's like halfway between the address.
pointing out the dimensions.
I appreciate.
So you prefer that wherever the gas pokes through where the electric box is.
To not have to cause further damage to.
Or,
So that would raise it up a bit.
yeah.
Okey dokey.
So with that said, if there's no further issues, assuming the applicant, you're okay with mounting this using the existing opening as the location for the gas penetration,
Yeah, whatever your recommendations are.
then is there a motion?
Are we removing the other?
The side, moving that to be a fence post mounted, or I guess we need some guidance of what you're proposing at that point.
Yeah, we'll
Yeah,
come back.
or holding off on,
Just want to delete
Yeah.
that one, okay.
Yeah,
Would you like us to remove it, or do you want us to separate into a separate application to keep it on the next agenda?
you can remove it for now.
Remove it now, which would be an all-new application. Okay.
Yeah, this is, witnessing this process has been lengthy for us. Understanding a little bit more about.
Landscape lighting's a lot easier.
Understanding what is historical, and what is even appropriate to propose. It's been.
So on item GV 2407-020, 570 South Sixth Street, I move to approve as amended by the applicant with the deletion of the light fixture on the south side, the gas fixture on the south side.
Second.
Any questions on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Aye. Ayes have, the fours have it, motion passes.
Thank you.
for the applicant, for the additional lighting, if you go to the German Village Commission website, there's a staff approval list that would outline the requirements for any, well, we can staff approve for landscape lighting. It wouldn't have to come to the commission. So,
Thank you.
Sound good? All right, moving on to item 10, GB 24-07 021, 313 Jackson Street. Here's myself, this one as well. Oh, boy.
Raise your right hands. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? State your names, please.
Peter Lynch?
Jennifer Lynch.
Thank you. Nicole?
yes. This is a request for action for an exterior building alteration for new light fixtures. To remove the two existing front door light fixtures on the front, which is the north elevation, and replace with new 28-inch tall fixtures. To remove the garden wall pier mounted light fixture and replace with the new 20-inch tall fixture. To remove the existing back door light fixture on the rear south elevation and replace with a new 23-inch tall light fixture. Replace the existing person door light fixture off the garage with a new 15-inch tall light fixture. To remove the security lights located at the peak of the garage from the garden, which is the north side, and install one new 46-inch tall light fixture. To remove the security lights at the peak of the garage from the alley, which is the south side, and to install two new 28-inch tall light fixtures. All light fixtures are made of copper and painted black with clear glass and electric bulbs. All fixtures are per the submitted drawings in the materials packet for all of the other dimensions. The staff analysis, there was no July business meeting. HPO staff does note that all the proposed fixtures are larger than what the general village guidelines recommend, and therefore let what we can staff approve. And I would recommend the applicant select more appropriately sized fixtures for, this has each of the locations, but some of the locations based on the last decision of the commission. Staff recommendation, and staff recommends to continue to allow the applicant time to select smaller light fixtures. The basis for that recommendation is City Code 311 stands for alteration 2, 3, 5, 9, 10, and 12. The German Village Guidelines for ornamentation, trim brackets, hood mold shutters, and light fixtures 2 and 4. And the German Village Guidelines exterior considerations for site lighting, for pools, mountains, and gazebos 1, 2, and 3.
Thank you. Discussion? You've been hearing some of the light fixture conversation.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna give you a heads up.
Yes, I heard before 21 inches is the average.
For a
height
gas light.
For the gas light, okay. So ours are all electric.
Yep.
Do you have any,
I don't have any comments
okay.
presented.
Do you have like any questions for me or?
I think we have comments, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
In your field visits to the village, did you get an average for electric fixture?
No.
Just looking at gas.
Mainly those are the ones that are oversized,
Yeah.
are the gas ones. My comments are, um, this is what I wrote, light fixtures with artificial wall brackets or mustache brackets holding a top-mounted hanging ring are not historical and too complex and decorative and deviate too extremely from the working class 19th century neighborhood. Lighting is needed, we all agree with that, but most of them is kept to a simple electric or gas fixture of a simple carriage or street light motif. I can't think of any mustache brackets that we've ever approved, ever, because it's way too fancy.
Okay.
I think the basic carriage part of it is fine, but the bracket piece and hangings is way, in my opinion.
Okay.
You got 3 other people up here that may say something different, I think.
46-inch height.
What in the height, yeah.
Is that just on the front, main front facade, or?
I think it's because it's visible from other places, when you'll be looking at that. I think it was, and it's smaller.
Are any of these visible from the front aside from the two on the front door?
No, this is like the courtyard, the garden is
Yeah.
all in privacy fence. There's, and unless somebody's trespassing, it's not really visible to anybody else. So the front of the house, right now, the lights on the front are 21 inches tall. And what actually adds to that height is that top curling ring. So the girth of the light, the body of the light, is still the same size is what's there.
Yeah, it's just the curl that adds that extra height.
Mm.
The body is almost identical.
Yeah, I'm not complaining, I'm not saying too much about the body, I'm talking about
Okay.
the curl and stuff. And that's.
So what do you think of the lighting style if there was no top curling ring on it?
I think you're almost there,
Okay.
but I think the upper, what's supposedly the venting piece on these light fixtures is still a little over the top.
Okay.
Which one is that?
The venting piece for the top here.
Maybe take a look at some more simpler types of lights, more simpler designs. And see what you can get in the size that would be more appropriate, especially the one over the garage peak.
I don't, that's just what my client wanted, so.
We've had a lot of conversation about one light versus 2 on a front door. Granted, you got 2 now.
Yeah, and there's 2 big light boxes in the middle.
Yeah. Normally we would only put 1 if you were starting from scratch.
Okay.
Else.
Well, as far as I can tell, the pole mounted light is about 20 inches tall now. Proposing a new 20-incher. That's all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're almost all exact in height except for that. What do we call it?
Well,
Curl.
the front door ones, the existing ones look to be 12 by 22, and I don't know how, didn't check to see how wide your new 28-inch one was, so that looks like they're a lot bigger.
Okay.
What's the width of that? I don't.
The post metal.
They're much wider. Some dimensions.
And the new lights are electric as well?
Yes.
Okay, and then the question is like, where's their box relationship to where your existing box is for the light to come down significantly?
Are we talking about the front door?
The front door.
The box is pretty central currently, and there's two different sizes. So one's like a 4-inch box and one's an old 3-inch box. But they are both in the same spot.
Okay. And then the new fixture also has a box in the middle?
It has a box in the middle that extends all the way to the bottom, so they can mount exactly in the same spot. And as far as the width goes, the new lights are only 11 inches wide as opposed to the 12s before. So they really are just about the same size. It's just that curl that adds the extra.
28-inch includes the hook.
Correct.
Yeah.
So how do you want to proceed?
I guess let you kind of give us some guidance on that. I mean, I heard what you said about if it didn't have that top curl type, or if it didn't have the venting on top of it, it would be hitting kind of closer to what you would like to see. I can take this back to my client to see if she was gonna still like the light if we take those off. These are completely custom, so the fabricator can clearly do that for us.
So it sounds like you'd like us to continue it.
If that's what you're suggesting.
I
mean,
would, so that
You don't have to redo it.
it gives you an opportunity to come back with probably a better solution
Okay,
to, based on what kind of guidance we're giving you.
okay. So
I think like everybody said, the size is kind of almost there. It's the other stuff that's,
it's adding to it.
yeah.
Okay, so the placement of all the fixtures, the one on the peak of the garage, the two added to the overhead door out back, all the placements are okay with you? So it's like we want to get rid of those ugly security lights.
Yep, you get it.
I don't know if the commission addressed specifically the alley side lights for the garage. They're currently the security lights and they're proposing to switch to two.
On either side of the garage.
On the other side of the garage. I don't know if there were specific comments on that part of the application.
Anyone? I can't say no to that. I think the reason people have stayed away from that in the village is because of damage. Why they've gone for the high one over the middle or the utility fixture over the door. It's up out of reach.
Okay,
I think that's the why people have avoided it, but that's not, I don't think there's anything in the guidelines that says you can't request that.
okay.
I think that's only historically why we haven't seen a lot of that.
Okay. I'll let her know that. So would you table this application and have us come back in person and present something a little bit different, or how does that work?
You could request us to continue it.
Okay,
It would keep you on the agenda. You would be up towards the front of the meeting next time.
okay,
We provide cut sheets, example that kind of more in line with what the guidelines are.
Those need to be submitted by July 11th. Is that right?
Yes, July 11th is the deadline.
okay.
And it's, you're continued, and then if you either send confirmation you want to be back on with the same materials or new materials by July 11th, it'll be on the August agenda.
Okay. That sounds like the best case for us, okay. Can do that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, hang on, we need to do a motion.
Oh.
I move on application number 10, GB-24-07-021, 313 Jackson Street, to continue the application at the request of the applicant.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
The application is continued.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Please note that Chairman Hartke has returned.
Moving on to item number 11, GB-24-07-022, 525 South 4th Street. Once you're settled, you raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, whole truth, live with truth.
Yes,
And your name is?
Josh Rubin.
Thank you.
This is a request for action for signage, for temporary leasing sign. To temporarily hang one large leasing banner measuring 4 feet by 8 feet on the east elevation of the structure from July of 2024 to September 15th of 2024 before. The sign is attached with tapcoms through mortar joints in the eyelets of the banner. Staff analysis is that there was no July business meeting. The staff approval list does allow HPO staff to issue a staff approval for COA for temporary banners 4 square feet or larger, not eliminated up to 90 days. The banner, noting the banner to be attached to mortar joints is applicable. However, HPO staff will not typically approve temporary banners that do not meet the typical size requirements for that specific area. In the case of German Village, signs are typically limited to 6 square feet in size. So for that reason, HPO staff have placed the signage application on the agenda just due to the size of the banner. Staff recommendation, the staff does recommend approval of any all clarifications to be submitted to HPO staff prior to the issue of certificate with the following conditions. Those conditions being that the applicant revise the design to use a smaller sign and coordinates with the commission to select a more suitable location. And additionally, the sign to be installed into the mortar joints, not the face of the brick, but HPO staff do note the submitted materials from the applicant do indicate installation through mortar joints as appropriate, just kind of emphasizing that. The basis for the recommendation is City Code 01613, standards for site improvements C, and the German Village guidelines for design considerations, guidelines for graphics and signage, and that no specific numbers there, just the evaluation criteria.
Anything else to add?
No.
Questions, comments from the commission?
So this is not in the packet.
Sorry?
Were these in the packet?
This page is.
Yeah.
Page 3.
Okay.
Yeah, third page.
So I think I'll kick off the conversation. So as staff has mentioned, we do have size limitations that we typically use. Is there a reason that the 6 square foot size limitation is not advantageous, usable, appropriate in this situation?
So I have my banners pre-made, 4x8, and they, my client would like to get a banner on the building as quickly as possible. So in order to help her and save some time, I'd like to use my standard banner that I have ready to go, rather than fabricating another one.
Gotcha.
I can see using a larger banner if it covers up the existing sign.
Okay,
Like, I can see that being the reason. It just goes over where the existing sign is and
But, let me finish your statement, but is the size proposed, the 4x8 there being larger than that sign, is that acceptable?
it'd have to be slightly larger or they're damaged larger.
So you're more about the placement potentially. Or is it?
Well, I'm not a real estate agent. I assume there's a sign there. That's the main elevation people see and that's why you want the sign there.
correct. And I would have it over the Alpine sign that is there now. It would cover it. That was just me hanging it up so you can get an idea of
How big it is.
how big it is, yeah.
How long is it gonna be up there?
Approximately 3 months, till September.
So 3 weeks.
If I could get 12 weeks, great, 8 weeks. I'm hoping, obviously, to take it down sooner, yes, get a lease signed even sooner than that.
My heartburn is making it essentially a permanent attachment for a temporary banner. Cole, for the staff approval stuff that we had passed all that, was that for specifically attaching to principal structures, or is that just the concept of a banner in general?
As far as I'm understanding, it was attaching to principal structures, but only through mortar joints and to be patched appropriately.
Didn't we have like art banners coming in on Third Street outside of Cats and Crows or something like that?
Yeah,
There was a previous approval for those banners.
yeah, and they were huge. Haven't had any lately. I think something prevents that, but I can't remember.
Let me ask this question. Since my heartache really is a temporary banner, I don't think I'm beholden to the 6 foot because it's going to be taken down as in any other advertising banner we may have. Is there a way to be able to hang this maybe from the windows above in lieu of over the business sign, except that we're not physically making an attachment to the building through mortar joints, not drilling holes, that kind of stuff? Is that something that could be accomplished?
Yeah, I'm sure. This is just one option my sign company gave to me to do it. As far as the windows go, I could ask them.
Is there a way to like have some kind of string, like a
Just
Talk about
like,
opening the window, throwing a piece of rope through.
well, sure, let that be an attachment point.
Sure.
So it's a
yeah, we could
temporary-
attach it kind of through the window with a rope through and still be able to close the window. Yeah,
You could have a rod across the top of the banner that would tie back up to the window.
The sign for the photo looks like it was attached to the conduit, that light fixture, is that?
I mean, I'm okay with that. I was not sure if
There.
the conduit's fastened securely enough that it can take any kind of battering of the banner in the wind.
It's their issue.
That's their issue. I'm trying to find a way to get past my hesitancy to be drilling grommets for what could be a 3-month sign and never need.
Really a temporary thing, temporary installation.
Whereas the Katzinger's sign was a recurring use year for year as opposed to just a temporary for.
So they put the
Originally
sign
did
between
not.
the windows? So they could put the sign between the windows if it was somehow attached.
My thinking is there, either between the two wide or over it, between the two closer together windows. I think that's going to work for them. And it truly is just a temporarily hung banner versus a permanent attachment for a temporary banner. Any thoughts, comments?
I like the idea of it not being attached to the building and going through the windows. Temporary, I would say no more than 8 weeks. Or not, I don't know.
Sophia, thoughts?
I have no problem with the sign because it is a temporary sign. Yeah, if there's some way of attaching it to non-masonry, I'm all for that. And I'm okay with 12 weeks, but that's it. Yet come back and ask for another 12 weeks if you don't have it ready.
Is that the typical contract period for a realtor? 3 months?
actually, this listing was for 6 months, but we're already 3 months into it, so it's gonna be 3 more months of the listing, unless she extends it, of course. Hopefully we don't, but get at least.
So would you be amenable to amending the application to not have it mounted to the masonry itself, but some other temporary attachment means either through the windows or shutters or something like that?
Yeah, yeah,
Like I said, you could put a rod on the top of that.
yeah, I'll talk to
You
the
could really,
sign.
you could really attach the banner to a 2x4 and then figure how to hang the 2x4.
Okay.
I'm just throwing that there.
I mean, if I can get it through the windows and be able to close the windows and attach the rope or whatever, that would be my first choice.
Okay.
But whatever we do then, yeah, that's fine. We just will not attach it to the masonry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that final attachment method coming to staff?
I think just to send whatever is decided, send to staff. I think you can make the final call, and if it's masonry attached or not, if it's going to cause any damage to the structure.
Sure, we can do like a, approved with materials needed letter, so the condition to approval.
Okay, several of us walk our dogs by there, so.
You'll see.
All right,
On GV 2407-022-525 South Fourth Street to move. It be approved as amended by the applicant that it is not attached to masonry. And the support and, thank you. And that the support system is approved by staff.
Second.
any questions on the motion?
No.
All those in favor? Aye. Against? Ayes have it, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to item number 12, GB-24-07-023, 1058 South Pearl Street. Once you're both settled, if you raise your right hands. You swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Yes, your name?
Ross.
Thank you.
Joanna Pogue.
Thank you.
This is a request for action for landscaping for a driveway and new fence, or changes to the driveway, I should say. To install a new 6-foot-high wooden fence in the side yard with a paint or stain color to be determined. The applicant has submitted, like a walnut stain color, and we can get final details at the, upon approval of that. To remove the concrete driveway behind the new fence and to restore the grass areas that be in the rear yard. The staff analysis that HPO staff asked the applicant about the proposed fence and new grass area, like removing access to the existing garage and outbuilding and reducing parking for the parcel. The applicant confirmed that the outbuilding was converted to non-garage use prior to their purchasing of the home, and that the existing driveway in front of the new proposed fence would still meet any parking requirements. The applicant also confirmed a few other details that are in the page 2 of your materials package, just on location of fencing and things like that. The staff recommendation that staff recommends approval and no clarifications to be submitted to HPO staff prior to the issuance of a certificate with the following condition. That condition is just that that final paint color and stain color get put on the COA, so get confirmed with staff for that. The basis for the recommendation is City Code 301-613, Standard for Site Improvements A, and the German Village Guidelines for walks, sidewalks, driveways, patios, and parking lots, 1, 2, and 4. It's not listed on the staff report, but there are also relevant sections of fencing in the GB guidelines.
Anything else to add?
No, yeah, covers most of it.
Questions, comments from the commission?
No.
So what is the distance? Is the existing driveway staying in place? In front?
So the, in front of the fence, it would stay.
Okay.
And that's about a little over 2 cars.
Do you know what that length is?
I don't know the exact length, but we both drive SUVs and it fits both of our SUVs.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll go with that. That was my only concern. As long as the fence is a style that's compatible with the guidelines and
Yeah, we were planning
it's front
on
facing.
just a vertical, like slat fence similar to the other one, except no dog ears.
Straight cut top.
Yeah.
And you did confirm in your email response that it'll be in the same location as the current 3-foot fence, just
Yeah,
extend up and over.
fully over and then 6 foot. Our dogs will jump the 3-foot fence, so.
Mine's doing right now. And I will make a note for the commissioners that the house immediately to the north, to the left, they too have a garage. They abandoned their curb cut, abandoned the driveway sometime in the past, just to FYI, there's a street presence for that. Cool. I'm just make one side note for the applicant. Looks like the photos do show that the fencing, the wrought iron fencing is still against that fence. If you still have it,
Yeah.
keep it, maintain it.
Yes,
It'd be
we
great
will.
if that would ever go back there someday by some future owner.
Yeah, it will stay there. It's kind of falling apart, so eventually it may come back
Just
for that,
back
but
behind the garage back there.
yes. Yeah.
All right, any questions or comments from the commission?
No.
If there's none, is there a motion?
On item GV 2407023, 1058 South Pearl Street, I move to approve as submitted.
Second.
Yeah, second, are there any questions on the motion?
No.
In favor? Aye. Against? Ayes have it, motion passes.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to item number 13, GV-24-07-024, 835 South Third Street. If you'll both raise your right hands, you swear to tell the truth, whole truth, live with truth. Yes. Okay. Your name, sir?
Owen Churchill.
Thank you. Thank you.
This is a request for action for landscaping for a new gate. Noting the existing iron gate and fence area are to remain, and then to install a new 6-foot tall iron fence in the side south of the home. The gate is to be from Fortin and the model WG F5, and the gate is to be freestanding, attached to the ground via post and not attached to structures. That is a change from when the agenda was first sent out to the commission. And the applicant amended their application to be a freestanding gate rather than to be attached to either building. And the applicant submitted an additional photo indicating the location of the proposed gate and confirmed the gate would be 6 feet tall, and I called it an alley here, but basically that walkway space is 6.3 feet wide. Staff recommendation, that staff recommends to the application to allow time for the applicant to select a more appropriate gate and security method, more in line with German Village guidelines. The basis for that staff recommendation is City Code 31613, standards for site improvements A. And the German Village guidelines for walk, sidewalks, driveways, patios, and parking lots, 1, 2, and 4. And the German Village guidelines for fences and walls, 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then also to add, which was placed on the agenda due to there being an existing gate, so adding a second gate, as well as it is not in the staff approval specs to approve, or for staff to approve, and metal gate taller, basically the standard 3 feet, so. That's just the restrictions of our staff approval process.
Anything else to add?
No.
Questions, comments from the commission?
The existing gate is in the front of staying.
Yes.
Right. I have no objections.
I don't either. Fine with it.
I do have one question. How confident are you that this is all your property and not having a boundary somewhere in between two houses?
Yeah, so we just moved in and we were told that we have all the way up until their house. So their house is right on our property line. So if it doesn't touch them. Sure. So I said.
I was just looking at the Google Maps, and
Right.
it seemed like your house is up against the property line. It didn't make sense with the fence there, so I had the conversation. Make sure that's there. How tall is this proposed fence? 6 foot?
Yes.
6 foot, yeah.
And for staff, was there, the reasoning for recommending continuation is?
Just, and from our knowledge, no precedent for the double metal fencing, but if the commission has no concerns, it's not really a sticking point for us.
I think typically we'd have a single taller fence in the back. That's because it was never a fence in the front. So I think in this situation, maintaining historic up front is important.
It's definitely a unique condition.
Yeah.
And I'll make a note for the applicant in this photo, that you just moved into the village.
Yeah.
There is a existing header and sill from an original door. Everyone open that opening back up, put something there.
Yeah.
That's something we'd be amenable.
It is there.
So just
There, if you look really.
want to point that out.
Oh, so we can reopen that back up.
Got to come to us to get the approvals and everything,
Yeah.
but that's something we would typically be amenable to depending on what you put back.
Thank you.
Yeah, so maybe the final placement of the gate.
Yeah, good point. Yeah.
My last question, just looking at the picture. So this is going to be currently proposed, it's in front of your rear window. This is also in front of your neighbor's window.
Yes, exactly.
Right.
I tried my best with
Yeah.
I appreciate that, thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, your last picture confused me. I had to figure out what it was.
Yeah,
It wasn't the same.
So
That's the, from our.
our neighbors.
Yeah.
Yeah, on the
Yeah.
other side of our house.
Yeah.
We're just gonna kind of match that.
Yeah, so yeah.
Yeah, we currently
We have
have
a puppy.
a dog gate back there, so that way she can't get up
Out to the street.
too
Oh,
close
it's
on
not
the
the-
street.
it's just so much time.
That was our makeshift one for a month and a half.
So on item GV 2407024, 835 South Third Street, I move to approve this.
Second.
Any questions on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Yes. I say the motion passes. Thank you.
Awesome.
Moving on to item number 14, GV-24-07-025, 30 East Columbus. And once you're settled, if you'll raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth? Right. Your name?
Carol Meyer,
Thank you.
Kelly Tenionis.
This is a request for action for an exterior building alteration for a window replacement. To remove the 3 existing steel windows and to install the pellet and Pervia fiberglass windows in the color black with applied grills. The pellet and Pervia window is on the approved window list with the restriction of being used for casement windows only. Windows were approved to be repaired along with other exterior alterations and repairs by the Dearborn Village Commission at the June 2023 hearing with GV-23-05-028B. A window replacement was reviewed at that time. An HPO staff site visit and the commission's evaluation and photos determined the windows were repairable at that time. Staff analysis is the commission, repeating a little bit here, has reviewed the replacement of these windows along with the larger application in May and June of 2023. In May of 2023, and actually looking back at the dates, it was April, but April of 2023, HPO staff visited the site and evaluated the windows to determine the windows were repairable. The commission also confirmed they would not support the window replacement at the May 2023 hearing. In June of 2023, the applicant amended their application to repair instead of replace the windows, and then the application was approved with that amendment. The following is from the May 2023 GBC hearing minutes. There are more comments. I only have the one about the windows in the staff report here. And that was the commission commented that because staff has found the windows to be in repairable condition, the commission would encourage repairing the windows and might not support replacement. More documentation will be required for replacement to be considered. There was no July business meeting, and HPO staff have added photos from the June 2023 site visit for these windows. And again, that was actually dated April 2023 for that site visit. General guidance from the Historic Preservation Office is that historic steel windows are in good condition. They should be retained and repaired in accordance with city code and relevant guidelines. Repair, reglazing, and of the windows is key to making sure the windows have an airtight seal and prevent outside air from leaking. Storm windows and internal storms are an option for an additional R value. If replacement is approved, any replacement windows will need to match the historic window configuration. Among other details, the new window would have to have permanently affixed exterior and interior buttons and a space bar between the layers of glass. The Universal 700 series and the Weather Shield Premium series from the approved windows list have been found in the past to be appropriate replacements for steel windows by other commissions. Applicants also in the past have proposed a manufacturer style window that is not on the list, and in that case, the commission can approve a test case for windows if the details are determined to be correct. The Historic Resources Commission has approved the Graham windows as a test case for the Ford Motor Kroger building after physical sample windows provided at the hearing. But generally, based on the photos, HPO staff do find that these windows are in repairable condition. The staff recommends to continue the application to allow the applicant time to revise their design to repair the windows and to explore alternative methods for appropriate weatherproofing. The basis for that recommendation is City Code 31611, standard for alteration, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11, and 12, and the German Village Guidelines for Windows 1 and 6.
Quick question. So you mentioned that the Ford Motor Kroger building, that there was a test case for the Graham windows.
Yes.
Is that test case ever finished? It found to be thumbs up from the HPO, or is that still outstanding test case?
So as far as I know, the Historic Resources Commission has not reviewed the installation of those windows.
Okay.
I'm not sure if they were installed or, not, but that was all through the Historic Resources Commission.
Okay.
That's me.
And which
I don't
bullet?
believe they've started construction or Kroger.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, they have started.
Yeah,
Or it's a month in.
that's, yeah, that's what I thought today it started.
You said
Because
that-
I toured it 3 months ago.
And you stated that the Universal 700 series and the Weather Shield Premium have been approved as replacements for steel, if steel windows were found to be replaceable.
Yes, other commissions have found that they're an appropriate replacement for steel windows.
Remember when we were doing the approved windows list way back when, developing that, there was a steel window option that was on the potentially to approve list, but never made final, so I wasn't sure if one of those was in.
That's, all the information I got from the office for steel windows. It's just what's in the staff report there, just those two, have been found in the past, and then the grand windows is an active kind of test case for the HRC.
Something that's got still kitchen windows too, I like to hold it does.
You know what house that was on Beck?
Oh, I don't know who owns it, now.
You give the address to staff, see if they have record of that.
Yeah, because there would be a COA on that, I like to know what that was.
Okay, so all that said, anything else to add?
Pellet windows have been used in several other commissions, especially Old Town East. There's a couple of buildings on Town Street across from Cristo Rey that have our windows in it. And they are currently impervia on the sides and on the rear.
Yes.
Let's see,
Were those renovations of historic structures, or was that?
they were a renovation of a steel window.
Okay. You can give those addresses to staff, just so we can record that later.
Happy to, 441 East Town and 453 East Town.
Those, given the local commissioner are likely to be, HRC.
Okay.
Which is another historic
Yeah.
neighborhood commission.
Yeah.
Obviously, the German Village is a separate district, but we want to learn from our
Sure.
sister districts.
Sure. Also too, you might check out the Egan Ryan building. That's also impervia on Broad Street.
You know about how long ago the Town Street properties were
Last year.
last year? Okay. So I feel like the test cases we're doing the Windows list back in the day were in that Old Town East-ish Discovery District area.
Still want to see it.
Okay. So we've got some things out there. Just with the applicant, what is the case for not restoring the ones that are there?
So a lot of work has taken place between the last meeting and what those photos show and today. We actually removed all of the brick from the inside of the structure, and with that work, we were able to uncover that the inside part, the windows are in really poor shape. And the steel is in very bad shape, and a lot more windows were broken when the bricks were taken out. The glass is so incredibly fragile that, I mean, if if the wind is blowing and blows some sticks around, it's probably gonna crack one of the panes of glass. And from a security standpoint and a energy standpoint of trying to attract tenants, we feel that having stronger, newer windows will, beautiful windows will be a selling point for the property.
Tricia, you're the resident historic expert. I don't know the installation methods for old windows. Looking at the photos and seeing a bunch of some kind of caulking of some sort. Do these look like they were installed correctly historically? Or maybe like a retrofit infill somewhere along the way?
That. Is that a current photo, or is that still from 2023? Is
Um,
it, that's the brick removed?
We did.
Okay, do you have any photos showing?
Yeah, when I was at your building, I'm still there, so.
Receive any photos from the applicant. from any interior conditions prior to the.
No, I don't have any from, I mean, I could
Well,
search.
assuming you have photos of that condition that demonstrate that it was either installed poorly or just has deteriorated a lot. Because my only issue with the replacement windows is that they need to match the configuration of the old ones and not have bigger, fewer panes.
And I have no problem doing that.
Yeah, can we go back and look at them side by side with this picture?
Yeah, the paint count was off.
Yeah, the paint count is off, you're right. Yeah, but I can make them match. That's not a problem.
The other concern I had visually, we're trying to replicate what was there. The original metal windows have what looks like a awning or a hopper kind of inset in there. And so you actually have a thicker trim, not trim, but mullions around that unit because it's operable that would not be in a fixed environment.
Yeah, the only way that I can truly replicate that would be if I used something similar to what I brought. Having the thicker applied mutton bar to kind of mimic that hopper shape. And then putting a grill between the panes of glass that's smaller to allow for that to really pop.
And are the windows that you're proposing here, are all those buttons applied or are they?
Yeah, all of those are applied. And they're the inch and 5/8 flat.
Does that mean simulated divided lights or is there a gap in the middle?
There's a gap in the middle. There's no spacer.
Okay, I just remember when I went to the Scotts Brothers building and they have big replacement windows with a gap. It just looked really weird. The larger the window, the weirder it is.
Yeah, and I can see that, especially if you're going multiple stories, but straight on a first floor, it may not be as necessary.
Walking by it when you
Right.
see the windows at an angle, it's just really strange.
Yeah,
So yeah, I would recommend putting the spacer bar in. Yeah.
that's just not an option for Impervia. But the other thing that was concerning me about the steel windows and trying to match is just to keep the sight lines as similar, even around the edges as we possibly could, because that's so narrow. And with other window choices, you get a bit thick. So I was trying to weigh the difference.
So you can have the implied buttons and the grid between the glass. Like you said, the bridge between the glass.
Well, I can do that, but then it becomes a clad wood window rather than something that looks steel. You know, or looks, you know, having that, again, that smaller profile.
So for my purposes, step one is to get past, if it's maintainable, repairable, all historic methodology practice points to repair what's there, maintain what's there.
Even with possible security concerns and the, and, you know, energy conservation.
So that can be mitigated, addressed through an exterior or interior storm window. Exterior to give you that barrier for security purposes, interior is more for ease of access and to not make it visible. And that's been done on projects to protect it and preserve.
I did find a couple photos. I don't know how to share them with you, if I can give you my phone.
We'll take a look at them.
Okay.
I will say, given the nature of the application for the windows, if you want to go ahead, David.
Okay.
Just to have the kind of core documentation for window removal to not be presented publicly before the hearing is a concern, but like respect the sunshine laws in that respect when considering that. Just because these photos were not provided to the public
yeah.
prior to the.
My opinion is they need to be reevaluated by you guys and by us, to see whether we agree that they are not restorable.
Now that we have more access to the interior, that's where we have to stand and look at again. I just wanted to see what we saw from the photo. Sure.
Well, even the oxidation on the existing steel, I mean, that's gonna be very difficult to repair and restore. Plus the glass that's already broken, you're not, if you zoom in on that picture, that glass is kind of a printed textured glass, which you're not gonna find.
And Typically, replacing the glass itself, we could, yeah, replace that with clear. I don't think we have an issue with that.
You wouldn't have
I
it,
think the
okay.
condition was the frames, why haven't we ever talked about glass?
And historic preservation, Tech Brief 13, through National Preservation, National Park Service. They have a whole preservation brief about evaluating steel windows, which is what staff will review and look at from a restoration perspective. If we can get past the concept of if they get past, they can be repaired. Can't be repaired, that opens up the door to replacement. I think we need to get past that hurdle.
Okay.
At this point, now that you have the interior demolition done, allow staff to do a better evaluation. I don't think here at this meeting, we can get past that right now with the information we have.
Sure. Go ahead. Go ahead. I was just wondering what that would entail. Would that entail a site visit or would that entail just further documentation? What?
Staff site visit and the documentation to put into the file, so they can come back and give us their.
Okay. Would it be possible for us to be included in that meeting?
Oh, sure.
Okay. We would like that.
That would be up to the owner.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Just for this one, we'd probably like photos first to assess the condition and then we'd set up a site visit.
Yeah, if the photos clearly show that it's no go, then they don't need to do this site visit, but.
Right.
The site visit is always good, so we can get a couple commissioners there to advise.
I'm gonna say, even with photos, we should, a site visit needs to occur.
Okay, if that's the direction of the commission.
Can I ask, general ballpark timeline, I guess, from getting you guys the appropriate photos, getting everybody on site who needs to be there to evaluate? What's that look like?
I mean, as soon as you can get with staff and they can arrange it, we live in the village, so we can get there pretty quickly, easily.
Okay.
So I would say week, 2 weeks, what's your thoughts?
This week is a little.
Yeah.
Like this week, you'll receive your, I'm assuming continued letter, about Monday or Tuesday of next week, and then we would set up a site visit after that.
Okay.
It would just depend on coordination with, commission and the office and, that timing, but,
We can't have more than 3 commission members there at a time. Otherwise, it becomes a special meeting, to do a quorum, and then we have the public announcements, and then it gets dicey, so.
Nasty, okay.
Okay.
I was just curious though, if this is continued and your application deadline is the 11th, how does that work?
So with the site visit for windows, we typically allow the site visit to be conducted after the deadline. So like if you submit new materials or just confirmation you'd like to be placed on August, we'll place you on August. And those site visit materials and findings can be produced over the course of the month leading up to the August hearing date.
Okay.
Because that's not you needing to prepare something, it's more of a coordination with us and that kind of thing, so
Sure.
it wouldn't delay you for
Okay.
August.
Okay. And then in terms of the window itself, where are we there?
So with it not having been approved by other areas, I think that would be good for us to go get that list from staff on our own, to go check those out
Okay.
in site situ, see how they look, from a historic perspective in context. And that gives a leg up over just a sample in a room.
Sure. Okay.
And it doesn't have the ability to have a spacer bars.
Yeah.
Right. Another address for you too, I just have to remember this one is Park Manor on the corner of First and Bottles.
Okay. And I would say for the applicant, prior to the next meeting, with the photos that are in this packet here, seeing that caulking reference there, something was there. If you could find evidence of what that was, that could also help your case.
Okay.
Go ahead.
There were shutters, fixed shutters on this building.
Okay.
Prior to 2019, I want to say is the last street view photo.
Okay.
I don't know if that's what the caulking was for, we don't have detailed photos, just the street view.
Yeah, I think that's
shutters existing.
Yeah. If you get that list of example windows that are installed.
Sure, coordinate with, staff from historic resources, so.
Get it to us ASAP and start looking at them.
Sure.
And with evidence of historic shutters, there's always the potential to put shutters back if you want to go that route. Potentially. So
I think we had a discussion about that.
we had discussion, I'm just saying, there's evidence of something being there. If there was never anything there, period, then it'd be a no-go, but being something there could be a avenue for something else, potentially.
And is that because there was something there, you would require us to do that or no?
Nope.
Okay, okay.
This is if you wanted to do something else for protection of some sort, it opens up the conversation. I'm not saying that you can put it back, you can't necessarily go back to what was there, but it opens the conversation if there's something that's there.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so.
And if I work for a very urgent person that wants this done yesterday. Yep. And it kind of expected an answer after tonight, which I understand we're not going to get one. And he said, fine, we're just repairing the windows. Are we approved to do that?
You're already currently approved to repair.
Okay, I mean,
Yes, but your COA is likely to expire soon, so you'll want to put in a renewal application. But that's a staff administrative approval. It doesn't have to come back to the commission if there are no changes.
I mean, I'm hoping that logic will win out that we don't think that they're repairable. And so to do it the right way, we'll go through the process, but I just wanted to double check in case.
If you've been approved to repair before and the application is still active, still within its window, you can continue on with that. Just coming back to us for the replacement.
Got it.
Well, if your owner finds someone who repairs steel windows to come out and look at it and said, forget it, these aren't repairable, that letter would also help the case.
Oh, great, okay.
Somebody who does window repair.
Not window replacements.
Right, got it, okay, excellent, right. Okay, thank you guys.
So we will vote to continue the application. Is there a motion?
Move to continue this application.
Second.
Any question on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? I said the motion passes.
Thank you. Thank you.
A note for the applicant, because you submitted via email, you're welcome to continue submitting everything via email. You might see a automated reply from our inbox, but you can just keep going via email for yours.
Great, thank you, I appreciate it.
Moving ahead to item number 15, GV-24-07-026, 751 Yeager Street. Typo settled. If you raise your right hands, you swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Yes. Your name? Jonathan. Thank you.
Tommy.
Thank you.
This is a request for action for an exterior building alteration for a new wood siding panel design. To remove the existing vinyl siding from 4 sections per submitted photos. Below the west alley window, south facing first and second floor windows of the rear addition, and the west facing first floor windows of the rear addition. To replace the removed vinyl areas as indicated in the photos with wooden panels per submitted drawings, and to paint all the new wood elements the Sherwin-Williams flat screen, which is SWVS 431. Staff analysis, there was no July business meeting and no request for information from the applicant, and HBO staff identified no concerns with the proposed work. We do note there is a staff approval for painting, so this paint color matches what that staff approval for painting is, so it will be a different color from the rest of the property. Staff recommendation, that staff recommends approval and all clarifications to be submitted to HBO staff. The basis for that recommendation is City Code 31611. Standards for alteration 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11, and 12.
All right. Anything else to add? No. Questions, comments from the commission?
I have no objections.
This addition was done back in the 90s, we said, 70s, 80s, 90s?
I think 91, give or take.
So not historic.
So this is the color you're proposing the current trim color?
It is not, but we have, we submitted a separate application that was approved for painting all the siding and wood trim.
Okay. So it'll match the proposed siding color that was approved by staff for painting. To the whole addition, like it'll change colors, but it'll match.
Can I ask a question?
What are the red squares on the fence?
Okay. That's because,
Giving an idea from the alley where they are.
yeah.
Yeah, just to show that you really can't see them.
I need the other set of chances for that.
I'm gonna remember that.
All right.
And item,
It's on the addition.
Yes. Yes.
item GB 2407-026, 751 Yeager Street, I move to approve as submitted.
Second.
Dealer's choice. Any questions on the motion?
No.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? That motion passes. Thank you much.
Thank you.
All right, moving ahead to item number 16, GB-24-07-027, 263 East Whittier. Once you're settled, you'll raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Your name is?
Scott Limelick.
Thank you.
This is a request for action for an exterior building alteration for a window replacement, slash like storefront window replacement. To remove the front windows and paneling from the building, including the existing glass and trim, and to replace with a new custom wood storefront windows per the submitted drawings. Each window to receive a new custom made glass. This agenda says proposes tinted glass. It is not tinted, it is a clear non-tinted glass is what is currently proposed. Note, the existing wood trim and paneling details are not consistent for all of the windows, and that is because technically this is originally two separate buildings, so the storefront configurations are different. But the applicant is proposing to match existing in that sense. All wood elements would be painted a custom red paint for Barcelona red to match the existing paint. And the paint swatch has been reviewed by HPO staff to match existing. Staff analysis, there was no July business meeting. HPO staff does note there are two distinct storefront styles of the property. There are the storefront windows on the two-story structure on the corner with the taller double panels for the bottom below the window opening. And then below, and the windows in the other masonry section, which are shorter with only one panel below the window. Given that the wood is likely historic, HPO staff would recommend the wood is repaired like for like rather than full scale replacement. But HPO staff do support the replacement of any glass, as long as the glass is clear, non-tinted glass, and the applicant has submitted photos of that glass sample as well as has the physical sample here. Staff recommendation is that the staff recommends to continue the application to allow time to propose an application to repair the windows and or just to replace the window glass. If the application is approved, HBO staff recommends the following condition, and that's already been met. The applicant has submitted their documentation for the glass finish, so that's been submitted and documented. The basis for the staff recommendation is City Code 311, standards for alteration 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11, and 12, and the Dearborn Village guidelines for windows 1 and 6.
All right, anything else to add?
Yes, I do want to make a correction on this. I am the applicant, Weiler Bowen is the owner of the property, so I rent the space.
Questions, comments from the commission?
Have you looked at how those windows are installed? Has there been any pulling apart to see?
From the inside, we have bolts in the.
So it's just a single pane of glass held in with a cord around?
Correct.
Oh, okay, all right. I'm
What's
guessing that's
started-
not original either.
It is not, so what started this is windows are rattling, we
Yeah.
know they're non-safety. There are a couple of them that have tint, so they've been replaced throughout the years. The center window in the main dining room was the doorway, so that was done probably in 95, 96, so all of them have been altered at some point in time. So what started is I've got to get wood repaired, and if we're going to invest in it, we'd like to put in double pane tempered glass for the R value. We are willing to just say that we'll do like for like and not even mess with the glass, because God, that'll save me a lot of money. But what we are looking at, even on this, the two-story building, the 3 windows, 2 of them have the same molding, the third one doesn't. So even within the one building, there are differences in the moldings. So if you're looking down the whole storefront between all 6 of the windows, they're all different.
But each single pane, each window is a single sheet of glass that's held in by quarter rounds.
Correct.
Okay, so I'm assuming that was a replacement job done decades ago. So what you're doing is you're taking the glass out, you're taking the quarter rounds out, you're coming back in with a metal frame with an insulated glass in it.
We're not doing metal frame before we brought this, because we're trying to use the same size of quarter round.
Okay,
So that we're not doing a true commercial metal framed window setting in. We thought that'd be cleaner, more true to the look of the windows.
interesting, okay.
So you're just putting in a thicker painted plat.
Well, it's double painted.
Yeah.
Oh, it's lit, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Just be careful, because I just caught myself on it earlier, so. They're glued together. So that your quarter round will hide that black.
Yeah, so it's lit, that's what.
Yeah.
Yep.
So my main concern is, talk about repairing, replacing trim. It would be nice if we had an elevation drawing, or at least on these photos, identifying which window elevation drawing applies to which of these openings.
Believe they do.
It says window 1, 2, 3. It doesn't really say. I'm assuming that the first, so window 1 elevation, I'm assuming that's the far left on the 1-story building.
Yes, we go from
Left to
east to west, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
So the far east, we can start out there. You're showing a 1 foot 3 inch pane at the bottom. The next one over, you're at 1, 3 1/4, 1, 3 1/4.
That I don't understand. These were submitted by the contractor, so.
So my question is, what is there? It'd be good to have a drawing identifying what is there, because we're looking at replacing panels. Is the inset panel the same size, the kind of trim around that inset panel? We want to make sure the dimensions are matching, and we're not changing the relationship of that inset panel.
Didn't understand he was replacing the wood panels on the bottom.
That's what
Yeah.
I was reading.
Okay, I'm sorry, say that again. The wood panels on the bottom, the solid wood,
Yeah,
that stays as is.
everything's staying as
Yeah,
is.
we're just doing the windows.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, now I understand what you're asking.
It's much thicker on the new than on the existing, yeah, it's.
That's what I was trying to get at, but I gather from what he's saying, he's not doing a front.
So if just, we'll note that that was a misunderstanding when we were preparing the agenda from our part. We also thought it was a full replacement of that wood panel. So now that's been clarified, that kind of eliminates our issue.
Okay, that's, when I was reading through it, I was like, why is some stuff saying to keep it and some saying to replace it? And I was confused. That explained.
Yes, if the paneling is being retained and not impacted, that actually eliminates the concern that we have there with the historic material.
It's just replacing the big pane of glass.
Correct. And we'd like to have all the moldings around the windows across the whole storefront look the same if possible. Or we can,
Is that the quarter round or is that more than just the quarter?
it's more than quarter, well, yeah, it's more than quarter round. I'm assuming you were given the full packet from the architect?
Should be, yes. Yeah.
See, looking at it, I assumed that you were taking the glass out the quarter round, replacing, putting in a metal frame that held the new insulated glass.
There'll be no frame around this. The way this is manufactured and glued together, that way you're not adding another frame that you're trying to hide on top of it. It's just 2 pieces of glass in there.
You can go to the last photo for the application. This is where I'm at, thinking about, you got 2 buildings, 2 separate buildings, 2 separate histories. You got Diebels, which was the one-story building, and you had the building to the west. The storefronts on either side of where the original door was, those should be matching. The details of those windows should match, historically speaking. This door infill, which is now, I believe, glass opening storefront window, that should mimic those. I'm not sure if they should match 100%. I think right now it might be a taller panel on the photos.
No, I think it's the same height, it's just the frame around it is.
There's differences in the frame.
So from historic preservation principles, don't want it to match 100% because there's the history of it being a door as opposed to always being a storefront window. So a slight change can allow that to happen and have that history be through the architecture. And I'm not sure if that's like this door over here on the bigger side. Right now, that bottom panel is taller because that's probably a door at some point in time, as opposed to two storefronts and a door here at one point, way before this happened. So that taller panel might be speaking to more of a 3 or 2/3 like door. So that's, to me, those two should match. These two should match. And what those two openings do is kind of up for debates of whether they should match the adjacents or not.
All right, so if we leave trim, the molding exactly as it is, repair it as needed, but leave it as is, we're good with that?
I'm good leaving it as is.
Yeah.
Good.
So basically,
Work.
the as-built elevation will be the finished elevation.
Yeah. Just replacing the glass.
When we get to the changing details, that's when we got to start looking at what it should be, and that's a little deeper of a dive.
Yeah, just stick with what you got and replace the glass.
For that then, are these drawings then showing not the correct trim for the final COA? And we should just not, like, it's meant to be like for like rather than these drawings, okay.
Like for like,
Like
and
for
whatever
like.
needs to be done to get the extra thickness should be done on the interior side of the.
Yeah.
Correct, yes.
If you need to replace pieces of wood, like for like.
All right.
I move on application 16, GV 24-07 027 263 East Whittier Street to approve the application as submitted with the clarification that the elevations will not change as only the glass is being replaced with similar clear glass.
Yeah, any necessary modifications?
So actually, you're proposing to replace glass.
No,
No,
that is not
okay.
That was, yeah, we corrected that.
Clear glass, but an insulated glass unit using pretty much the same size trim.
And any accommodations for the glass thickness as well?
Any alterations
Yeah.
for the thicker glass will be done on the interior of the building.
Correct.
Second.
Any questions on the motion?
No.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have it, motion passes. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Item 17, GV 24-07 028 724 South Fifth Street. Once you're both settled, if you'll raise your right hands. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Your name?
Alicia Down.
Steve Maravich.
Thank you. Cool.
This is a request for action for landscaping. In the front yard to remove boxwood bushes and replace with smaller boxwood bushes. Add on to the existing iron fence for submitted site plan. Add 3 limestone hitching posts to fence configuration for submitted for submitted site plan. I apologize. The limestone pillars are to measure 8 inches by 8 inches by 5 feet 9 inches. To remove the grass in the front yard and replace with the existing with. I'm sorry, I'm gonna start that over.
Well, we can come back.
I was putting in words, I don't even, I was, to remove the grass in the front yard and replace with brick pavers. to expand the front patio area by 135 square feet, to replace the brick edging with limestone edging. The edging is to be approximately 6 inches in height with a 2¼ thick limestone, to install a new curved brick sidewalk that extends and connects with the rear yard brick walkways. In the side and rear yard, to remove the existing boxwood bushes, to extend the patio with new brick to be 4 feet further into the grass area, to remove and reinstall a dry stacked limestone retaining wall, to install a 6-foot tall wood privacy fence, to remove the existing gravel and replace with all new clay bricks per submitted site plan, to add limestone steps leading up to the existing French doors. The new steps are made of 16-inch wide by 6-inch tall by 4 feet long pieces of limestone, installed individually on a compacted gravel base, to remove the existing arborvitae and to add new plantings for the submitted site plan. The staff analysis of the applicant stated via email the size of the edging was to be 6 inches tall by 2¼ inches thick limestone. And the note on the drawing for this work item is note number 4 in those details on this site plan. The fence on the north side of the house was approved in 2012 with GB-12-9-15, with the fence to be board on board, 6 foot high, wood fence with a thinner side out faces the neighbors' properties, and that's the standard kind of spec for fencing. The applicant was also approved to install a new 48-inch high and 3 foot wide black wrought iron style fence on the south side of the house with that 2012 approval. The staff recommendation that staff recommends to continue the application to allow the applicant time to revise their design to be more in line with Durban Village guidelines, specifically on street furniture and ornateness. The basis for that staff recommendation is City Code 31613, Standards for Site Improvements A, the Durban Village guidelines for walks, sidewalks, driveways, patios, and parking lots 1, 2, and 4, the Durban Village guidelines for fences and walls 1 through 8, the Durban Village guidelines for site lighting, street furniture, pools, fountains, and gazebos. Page 61, talking about if you're thinking of adding lights or street furniture, as well as recommendation 3, 4, and 5, and the Durban Village guidelines for ornamentation, trim brackets, hood, wall shutters, and light fixtures 2.
Anything else to add?
No, I think that was it.
I'll make one comment. I recommend we not call these hitching posts, because hitching posts are a thing. If they're part of the fence, it's not a hitching post. So I don't want that to be misconstrued.
What is the definition of that, sir?
Hitching post is usually a freestanding stone pillar, usually with like a little metal eye ring on it that they'll.
Oh, I see. Yeah, okay.
As opposed to a fence post, basically.
Okay, okay.
Questions, comments from the commission?
Most of the new paving is in the backyard.
Yes, there is a little bit of addition to the front as well, to the left of the steps. That also is additional paving. Half of that is already like used for most of the sidewalks, so that we just made it as small as we could, just to have a couple chairs up front, like almost as a front porch.
All right, it would be a very small, like a bistro wrought iron set, so.
So if right now it's proposing clay brick pavers,
Yeah, just to match the exact, the driveway is also,
is there an alternate for bluestone in the front as well?
well, we would like to get that approved as well. I mean, we would like to see if we could get approved for bluestone, but we could do clay brick or bluestone. But it seems like our budget's gonna probably end up landing on clay brick at the moment.
Yes.
Bluestone is more expensive?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I got a couple comments. First one is the stone fence posts. There's a couple properties that have those.
Yeah, there's a house, what, two houses down?
I think I did the sample with the sample picture.
Yeah. Typically, those would be found on more ornate structures in the village. You're in a 2.5-story frame cottage, essentially. So the question for the commission is a stone fence post appropriate for this style of house in the village? I could definitely see over at St. Mary's School, makes sense to civic structure. Don't really think that the one, if I remember correctly, where it's out on South Fifth Street, you said north of yours. Not sure how that got approved from my perspective. Other commissioners may have.
I can't remember either.
And if is the current plan to replace existing metal fence posts with the stone?
No, we're gonna use the existing fence and then just add to the right and left.
So right now. Go to page. Oh, page 1 here. Photo. Page 6 of the application. So would this post just be sitting just alongside the current metal?
It's lined up exactly with the house. So right now, the walk is currently like farther, I think it's about 5 feet to the west of the corner of the house, basically. So right now, the fence doesn't go all the way to the end, to the end. So we will be, well, it actually goes right up to the door, so,
So the extension of the wrought iron fence would be where it's leaving off right now, and that would be where the fence post would be.
So if you can go back to page 4, the existing site plan. So where I'm struggling is right now that end of the fence post is currently shown roughly in line with the right side of your door.
right.
And then on the next proposed plan page, that stone is shown in the exact same spot. That's where I'm struggling is because that, and then looking at the one on the other side of the driveway.
Yeah, I would think that we would have to probably cut the actual fence and put it and adhere it to the
And that's where I'm struggling is to demolish a piece of the historic fence to put in a stone pillar.
right.
It's problematic to me.
Well, we're not 100%, we'd be okay with deleting, are we? More or less, yeah, I mean, we're not trying to. We were just thinking that it would be nice to have like we were actually just trying to match the road, honestly, like, we thought there was already someone on the street, so.
Yeah.
We were trying to just stick with the character of the street.
The other pain point I have, so your note 12 on your proposed plan, your front patio there, the German Village guidelines clearly state that patios should be set to the rear of the house, side of the house, potentially depending on lot layouts, if there's a rear yard or not. We typically don't approve patios in the front yard. There is one location on Fifth that I know of. It's heading north on the west side of the street. They had done an addition of a house that was set back head on to the south side of the house. And there's a front patio there because there was no rear yard to the property. So adding patios to front yards is something that we typically would not approve of. Aside from that, had any other?
So that weeded grass area in the front yard is okay to replace with brick pavers, correct?
No, he's saying that he does not want us to put the patio in the front.
But you want us to keep the weeded grass?
You could replace grass, landscaping, mulching, whatever you want there, but paving it with pavers is not appropriate.
What about gravel? We allowed to do gravel?
Those the gravel, you're behind some bushes. Yeah,
Okay, yeah, it would be, definitely.
it's been done other places.
It just seems like a silly place to just mow, like, there's not, and then the other thing is there's a dogwood in the far left, top left-hand corner, and then There's also a magnolia tree, so like the grass that is there, it's not getting much. There's a street tree too, so there's not much, it's like full shade, no, tons of roots, no way of really growing
Right.
any grass there.
I'm just trying to think what to do. I moved in I think September, and I've never mowed it because it doesn't grow, because it's sort of like just dead weeds. So that's why I was like, if I regrow grass there, it's gonna be the same situation. So that's why the alternative was brick paver and stuff.
You put a ground cover or something in that's more for shady or
Yeah.
drought tolerant,
Or somewhere.
sorts of things. I can't think of.
The other question I had was, you mentioned removing a hackberry tree, note 34, I think it's supposed to be note 35. So the northeast corner of the drawing.
Yeah, that's actually the neighbors, we're not gonna remove it, we're gonna have the neighbor remove it, it's just a weed growing next to the fence, basically. It's not very big, it's actually grown up into an evergreen, Norway spruce that's directly to the left of it, so, and just like all hackberries, it's diseased and everything. So, and it's not very big yet, it's just a kind of, it's pretty linear in its shape and size.
So if the neighbor's gonna do it, they would need to submit an application to do that. The caliper, the diameter of the tree is really the important piece.
Yeah, it's shade, it's shade.
3 inch.
Yeah.
I think with one of the pictures maybe shows it, but
So looking at some of the photos, trying to find it, didn't see it called out specifically.
Yes. I'm thinking,
Is it page 13?
right there. Yeah, it's that one to the right there, it's right there.
yeah, exactly.
The other side of the fence?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the neighbor would need to submit that one. We really can't approve your application for a neighbor's property.
Right, yeah, that makes sense.
Agenda mentioned replacing brick edging with limestone edging. I didn't see limestone edging on the drawing. But
It's the front, it's the front underneath the fence, the existing fence. So it's
four.
Yeah, see how that's just like that, that's all busted up and falling over.
So that note saying 3 inch by 12 inch random lengths. The agenda was saying
It's 2 and
6 inch
a
for
quarter.
the quarter.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's 2 and a quarter. It's the basic like, they use for caps.
So is it 6 inches deep and 2 1/4 tall?
Yeah, it's actually 12 inches tall, but I'm gonna sink it into the ground so that it's, like at curb. It's
2 1/4 thick.
Yeah, 2 1/4 thick.
So the top dimension is 2 inches.
Oh,
So it's just to retain the mulch from falling onto the sidewalk.
Gotcha. I was thinking it was like stacked stone.
No, it's vertical. Yeah. Vertically, put in the ground and.
The 6 inch exposure on top. Got it.
Yes, sir, like a curb.
And the fencing, the existing fencing, all the photos is dog ear fencing. And it looks like the one photo, it's a 6-foot fence on top of a retaining wall. So page 11
Yes, sir.
for the commission. I know when we have a public way adjacent, the 6-foot fence is 6 foot of public way. In this case, it's two properties. I don't think it's.
Well, what's weird about this property, sir, is that it looks like when they put the addition on the back of this house, they just took all the soil that they dug for the basement and put it to the right and then put a wall around it. So around the perimeter of the house is all sunken.
Gotcha.
So it's somewhat an odd situation.
Okay, answers my question there.
I actually think the backyard was excavated to be at the addition's floor level.
I'm sorry, sir?
I think the backyard was excavated to be at the addition's floor level.
Oh, I see, I see.
Other way around.
Okay, well,
I lived down the street when they built it.
Okay. Um,
So, and I guess my question would be, it is that same, fence that's going around there, there's currently a fence, that is on that far side of, in that picture, that we're gonna have a door. Do you see that on the top edge? Like, is it okay that we have the dog-eared fence, on the side yard facing the street? Are you allowed to have dog-eared fence facing the street? I'm just wondering.
so we cut the top of the dog ears flat, straight cut across the top.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping to do.
Yeah, flat cut top fence is appropriate material. And you said coming forward,
Yeah, it's, like, we wanted to put her, trash cans back there, since they're currently kind of,
In my driveway.
yeah, so we're gonna put them on the side yard, so I have a gate there. So I'm just wondering, is it okay that we have, there's currently a fence there on that side. I don't know if we have a picture.
This is the south side?
north side.
North side, sir.
So traditionally.
Oh, right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, go to that.
One below that.
down.
So traditionally, when we have a fence on the side of, like, terminating to the side of the house perpendicular, the guidance is that it should be set back behind the first fenestration, door opening, window opening. So right now, I believe your current fence is back between the first and second windows, and the proposed is in front of the first window. So if you push that back behind the first window, I think that gets what you're looking for. If you go to the site plans, go to the existing first. Zoom in on the north side. Is that slight gray line, which I believe is your existing fence?
Yes, sir. That's exactly right.
Is between the two windows, set back from the front, past the first window. If you go to the proposed site plan, that's now pushed in front of the window. If you can pull that back behind the window, that gets to the point we can improve that.
Okay, so just behind the first one now.
Just probably, yeah, and I can go right close to that, pretty close to that, right?
Yeah, just want
It's not a lot. I just don't want those trash cans to be visible.
Just avoid the windowsill. That's all you gotta worry about. My other note I had here, I'm assuming you're removing the balcony, the faux balcony rails across the back door openings since you put stairs there.
Yes, sir.
I'm okay with, just wanted to clarify because it wasn't a note of the drawings. Those are my questions and comments.
Where do we stand with the front fence then?
The front fence is just gonna be, added onto, and then a gate, and it's gonna terminate into to the right side of the door. With, some variety at the bottom of it. I don't know if you can zoom in on that at all.
Conversation at the top of this was to remove the stone pillars.
Oh, yeah.
Just take the wrought iron, just return it back right where it's shown along the door.
And no patio. I'm not for gravel. No problem. I bet you soft scape. It's typically what.
Expand
Blows.
landscape. Not agree.
We have seen, so my guess is I think what you're trying to achieve is to create some kind of, if you can't have a patio, you want some kind of walking path to get back there.
Yes, sir.
Here in garbage cans.
Yeah, because our garbage cans currently are in the driveway, so there's no way, and honestly, there's not enough room between the car and the adjacent house to the south. So they're always kind of showing, we looked at putting some kind of, barrier or some way of trying to hide them, but it just didn't work, so. Actually, through the design process, we ended up trying to do that.
Some solutions are kind of large format pavers you could put along there, make a path You could fill that with some stone, but still have planting on either side. So it's a path as opposed to just a field of gravel.
Yeah. Yeah, there's so much gravel at that shop though. It's like I want to reuse it almost because there's just shit. There's a ton of it.
I think making paths is different than having just a big old gravel field out front.
Right.
Yep.
Right. Yeah, I think I'll definitely try to redefine it a lot differently too. And without the rigidity of the bricks, I think it can make it look a lot more.
My only comment is trying to drag a loaded trash bin over gravel.
Well, I was gonna use an aggregate, adhesive or, sealer to try to. So, yeah, so it wouldn't stick. And I was gonna use, yeah, I mean, that's the thing is like the gravel that is there is circular gravel. Like I would much rather have it on like a number 9 or like an 8 or something that's more like wheelchair accessible and would actually bind together.
So you'd be bringing in new material anyway.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if for that situation. But I was thinking about using those 24 by 24 precast like concrete things just to sit the actual trash cans on. But I hear you about the gravel, like, you're right about that. That's not a joke. It's work.
With the gate there, looking back at what's existing, I can get behind readjusting, right now you have that curved line of the pavers. I could see readjusting that, kind of squaring that off to give you through the gate and up to the door. As brick pavers, I think you can rework that a bit, but I would not extend the brick pavers past the stairs. And so to me, that's
what I was assuming that you're meant by that, right?
So I think there's stuff in here that I think we can approve, but I think that front condition needs to come back.
Yeah.
I think if the stone fence pillars come off, if the fence on the north side moves back behind that front window, I think everything else, unless there's anybody who's in comments, I think everything else is approvable aside from the front patio.
Okay.
So if you'd like to amend the application to remove the stone pillars and to move that fence back.
And remove that note about the tree.
Remove the note about the tree. We could split the application to get that front patio, the front yard basically, as one separate application. We can vote on everything else to approve it, get you that at least.
Does that help?
Does that help you?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And then we can approve all that, and then we can continue the front patio, front landscaping condition, and then you can come back and update with something else.
Yeah, I think we're gonna do this in 2 phases anyway, so back was the first phase, so that'd be perfect.
The back's the first phase?
Yeah, so if we can
Yeah.
get the back, well, ideally, so, yeah.
So you would be okay with like, if I said that I wanted to use, or if we said that we wanted to put like a 24 by 36, like, bluestone, like walkway to the back there on that, is that still, if it's a path and not a patio, is that okay?
We've seen
Like you
that where you
said.
have those like stepper.
Yeah, exactly. And then,
Pieces that make a path. We've seen that. We need to see a drawing of what you want to do.
right, yeah, absolutely. So I just wondered, if it's a path, then it's okay to have paving for a path, or is it okay to have paving for the path or no? Because I would rather, like.
Hauling trash cans over.
Right.
I'm fine, I would want a difference of material.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something different than the brick
Than
paver,
brick.
separated from.
Yes.
What's it from?
Primary and second.
Yeah.
Be a bluestone, be a something else.
Bluestone,
Yeah.
yeah, that's what,
Maybe we could just use limestone or something like that.
and that's another one that's
Yeah, that'd be pretty comparatively.
So if I can make the recommendation to make this easy and clear cut. Let's remove the fence behind the front window. We say everything behind the fence, all the rear yard is part of application A. We can vote to approve all that. Everything on the front portion of the house, so front of that fence, was put into application B, since we're not proposing to put the stone in there anyway. And that way we can attack the rear and the front as two separate, make it nice and clean. Does that work?
Excellent, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, on GV 2407-028, I move to split it into Part A and Part B. Part A is going to be everything from the
Privacy
fence located behind the north elevation far west window. And Part A will be the rest of the site. Part B will be the rest of the site.
Second.
Did you understand?
You go with that split, Nicole?
So A is
A is
A is the
everything,
front and B is the back, or
No.
or switch it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A is everything in the back behind that window,
Yes,
and everything in front of the window is B.
okay, and A includes the fence, privacy fence.
No, B will include the
Okay, so that.
privacy fence, yeah. Since the privacy fence is behind the window.
Wait, so can you say that again? I'm sorry. Just want to make sure I have it written down.
So the privacy fence is part of A, because it's behind the window.
Okay.
The east jamb of the window on the north side, far west window.
Far west.
It's the dividing line.
Okay.
It's getting late, we're getting punchy, I'm sorry.
Any questions on the motion?
No.
All those in favor of splitting?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have it, motion split. Application A.
Yes, I move to approve application A as amended by the applicant, which is moving the fence to the east side of that window. On the north elevation, the removal of the tree removal and there's something else.
Clarifying that the iron bars are taken off the windows.
Oh, okay.
No, I don't, no, that wasn't, we had no problem with that.
No, I think you, yeah, you just asked that,
They just weren't noted on the plans.
Okay. Yeah.
So we had
Yeah, if we spend all that money on the steps, we're definitely gonna. take
flat,
those off.
flat top fence,
Flat top fence, that was it.
no dog here.
I remember when you could go out of that living room into that backyard.
Is there a second on the motion?
With that,
Any questions on the motion?
No.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have it, motion passes. Now B.
Part B, I move to continue.
Second.
Any questions on the motion? All those in favor? Aye. Against? Ayes have it.
My comment was, I can remember when you could go out of the living room, that was back.
oh, yeah.
I don't know why they,
Yeah, and it's actually, got, the siding goes all the way down to the, like, it's real strange.
Yeah.
I was surprised by that too, but, eventually, it just seems like it's just such a shame that you can't walk out of there right now.
like I said, you could.
Yeah, so, well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Moving on to item number 18. GV-24-07-029-267 Reinhardt. Both settled, if you'll raise your right hands. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Your name, sir?
Evan Little.
Thank you.
David Marshall.
Thank you.
This application is a request for action for an exterior building alteration for a new door, for an enlarged opening for a new door. The applicant received a staff approval to replace an existing garage person door with GB-24-06-004. And that was to replace the door. The applicant has returned to remove the existing door and some of the existing masonry to allow for a larger door in the same area as the original opening. That would require raising the header height 16 inches and widening the opening 6 inches. The current opening side is 4 feet 5 inches by 6 feet. 11 inches, and the proposed opening size is 5 feet by 8 feet. To remove the existing window and lower the sill of the existing window by 6 inches. The current opening size is 3 feet 2 inches by 2 feet 6 inches, and the proposed opening size would be 3 feet. 3 feet by 3 feet. The staff analysis, there was no July business meeting. HBO staff have added photos that were submitted of the doors during the staff approval process. That was back in April. From the photos, there is evidence the size of the opening in the door is not the original size. This is evidenced by the more modern concrete block infill above the door frame of the existing door. Staff recommends the commission continue the application to allow the applicant time to consider an appropriately sized window to match the existing opening size. The basis for that recommendation is City Code 30111, standards for alteration 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11, and 12. The German Village Guidelines for Doors from the 2005 amendments, and the German Village Guidelines for Windows 1 and 6.
Anything else to add?
Just that we weren't able to determine the age of the garage at all. So we don't know if it actually is 50 years or.
I can, the garage is on the 1960s. I don't know if I had.
It's on the Sanborn chart from like, I think 20s or something, but we don't know if the garage is there now when it was built. There was, I think, an addition done in the late, that's permitted like 78, 79-ish, and the current owner who has recently bought it thinks it was done like in the early 80s. But if you look at what the garage looks like to you, I imagine you'd all be a better judge of when it may have been done.
And the addition was approved. We didn't see we are filed, but
The only other thing I have to add is just talking with the client leading up to this meeting is the 2 windows that are going to be replaced. She wants the heights to be the same. So if we did end up getting approval to increase the height by dropping the sill of the window on the left, she'd want to do the same thing to the window on the right. Otherwise, we'll just leave them with the existing sill heights.
I struggle to allow the window sizes to be different, to change. Because the extenuating circumstance right now in front of us is that a window of the wrong size was delivered and we want to use it just to get it going. But that shouldn't, to me, that shouldn't be if we can approve that, that shouldn't be a cause to then go and enlarge another window, so. I'm most amenable to the door. Looking at the dimensions, you're not proposing to make the door taller, we're proposing to make the door wider as well by 8 inches, 7 inches.
We'd most likely just carry it to the next block edge, which is approximately that.
Start masonries.
And this is a side yard, not visible.
Even in the back of the house, we really just don't.
So looking at the photo on page 5, there's one block to the left of the door.
We just go to the right. Because the stairs are also in the way.
What's the length of that block to the right? So you don't look like typical 8-inch block. Is there big boy blocks?
I don't have that measurement.
You're proposing a 7-inch increase.
These blocks are 24 inches. That's a full foot.
Yeah.
I have no problem with the height if it's been less flexible. I can't support widening this or changing the windows.
Agreed.
Is there any evidence of that block on the right side having been cut mechanically at some point? It just looks too clean to be half blocks on that side.
I don't know.
Look at you on the door.
I don't have any pictures at that other angle.
Trying to find a way to go, yes. Not seeing the path to the yes.
Right. Right.
Height because historic material is gone.
They got the doors.
I don't think that helps them with the current door they have delivered. They need that way to get that door to work. So to me, it's.
What's the wrong type of window? It's a wrong size door.
Both.
Yeah, both.
Is it ordered correctly? Did you ship it wrong?
It's ordered incorrectly.
Or incorrect?
Yeah, I mean, there is a straight on image of the window, and we have a measurement of the window, that you can kind of get a little bit of the scale of the brick, because the left side of the jam lines right up with the middle of the brick.
Yeah, I hate to say this, I can't get to anywhere just because you ordered a window and a door wrong.
No, of course. The client also would enjoy more light coming in through the door, and the rafters also run parallel to this wall, so it allows us to be able to do it. But
Maybe if it was mine, I'd like take the whole wall out and make it all glass, but that's not gonna happen either.
And everything else is just so fit into the block dimensions to make that window taller. You're cutting portion of the block and height wise, it's just, I can't get there.
we would need to take it down, I would say, through the whole bottom course, and then have a nice sill.
Just to get.
Yeah, there's also going to be a condenser underneath the right window, which would kind of obscure the view a little bit between the two of them.
Any other thoughts?
No.
My gut's telling me that the door was probably a single door. But without having any clear evidence that the block was cut versus a true manufactured half block. I can't say that.
Oh, the door that's there now, you think was cut in?
Because
Look at the
everything's so
original.
symmetrical, I doubt that it was a double door originally.
Mhm.
But lacking evidence proving that, I can't hang my hat on that. I gotta assume that what's there is historical.
If it was cut previously, like if we're somehow able to determine that it was cut to fit.
If you're looking at trim that comes off right on the inside, it looks like there's some applied trim easy. If you could prove or show that these half blocks were, everything was just cut straight down with a mechanical device, as opposed to those being manufactured as half blocks, that could be the case of the door was widened at some point in time. That may get us to the point, I can't say it will, but it may get us to the point of, hey, this door opening is already widened once. With the header being gone.
Would an image from the interior?
Say again?
Would an image from the interior help to look
If you
at?
can see the block from it, I'm not sure you can.
It's painted,
Photos. We have that photo in the packet, I believe.
Yeah, no, there was a very photo. Yeah, that was.
got a piece of wood along that edge. Might just pop that off and take a look.
I don't, just because it was one once, means you get to do it again now.
I'm just saying that that's the only course I can see.
Yeah, no, that's, yeah,
And you may not have the votes to get that.
it's no longer historic or.
Yeah.
I don't, you'd be ruining the, potentially.
Fenestration.
Great,
Yeah, it's.
Yeah, I mean, it looks really beautiful above the door now.
You have the one garage
Yeah.
wall, two garages at one point in time for some reason.
Yeah.
Even roof joists dying to that wall, so it was always a divider. So, I, unless any other commissioners have any comments in the positive, I don't think you have the votes to get it. You want to try to go back and identify some more evidence, we continue the application. It gives the option to go back and try to find more. I don't think you have the votes for the window for sure. Door, maybe.
Since it was previously submitted and approved with the wrong sized product in there, if the client did just want to go ahead and move forward with replacing within the existing openings, do we need to do anything?
So it was approved with the existing sizes, they're just ordered with the correct sizes.
Yeah, we included the order sheet, like the cut sheet, with the product that we're describing now. So everybody missed it.
The COA is issued as a like for like, not like for like, but like to match the existing opening size. So we don't measure, we don't verify the measurements for the applicant. So
Just want to make sure if we do replace with the existing opening, that's okay. We don't need to do anything
Is
else.
this the opening? You got the approval for the existing opening.
Okay.
It's almost the same type of door that fits the existing opening.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Because I don't remember us.
No, yes, it was staffed, it was back in April.
Okay, yeah, that's good. I don't remember us ever looking.
No, yeah, this was staffed.
But if they wanted a taller door in the existing width, that would be possible too.
Yeah, we had to come back to us, but
Yeah.
that's.
Yeah.
We fucked that.
Okay.
Okay.
But the, just to clarify, the COA that you have remains active. So as long as you follow that COA to match the existing opening, that's an active COA.
Okay. And if we want to come back for the door, do we need to do anything else or?
We'll see, we can continue the application. That way it's already there.
Okay.
If you have more information, more evidence, you can come back and be on the next agenda. And we can-
Okay, great.
That work?
Yeah, thank you.
Item GV 2407-029-267 Reinhardt Avenue, I move to continue.
Second.
Any questions on the motion?
No.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have it, motion passes.
Thank you.
Just get with Nicole, let staff know if you're intending to come back and work through all the deadlines and everything.
Okay.
If you don't notify them, they're just not gonna end up on the agenda. So, okay, thank you.
July 11th is the deadline.
It's okay.
E5? Okay, we need to take a quick five.
Real quick.
Take pictures.
That's what those, you all here for Beck Street?
I'm sorry.
You all here for 293 Beck Street?
Voting. Number 19.
19?
Yes.
Yeah. Let's sit down and we'll,
We're
I have, yeah, we're
Representing
representing
her.
her, but she's available on the phone.
out of town, but on the phone. Does she need to be sworn in if she has a
if
question?
I'm gonna speak, then we'll swear her in.
Okay, all right.
She will probably
Well-
speak.
We can't take remote testimony.
Not remote testimony, but they're welcome to.
Confer or something.
She can hear,
You can-
we
You
can
can
answer. for-
relay the answer and they can be sworn in as
Sure.
having the authority.
What was that?
We won't want that.
I've been watching the whole thing online too.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's been watching on YouTube too.
Yeah, so as long as she says it to you and then you can.
Relay it to us.
records and then sworn in. It's the good view, yes.
So
So I can either put you on speaker or I can have you on.
we just sit tight until,
That's fine, yeah.
Just for me, just a 2-minute break here. Wait, while I'm, Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm not, yeah. Okay, you're off speaker. Only I can hear you. And you'll have to trust me to repeat what you say correctly.
No, we're in the road. We have to.
Well,
She
yeah, but
she
not-
was listening to the stream.
Okay,
Screen is crazy.
The whole application is a lovely display of.
Yeah, we got it in the photos.
There should be clues at the beginning.
okay, we swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Ahead of the game.
Didn't mean to speak for you, John.
To the agencies. Yeah, we don't have to do it either. Well, we're doing it. Wasn't full on the end of it. It's like shit.
No, that's not true. That's.
Because no one's at the schedules, which everybody has from substantial completion date that they have. $3 and days a lot more. They're 2000.
Well, they're in, are they, so it's just those two photos there.
We have.
Project. Yeah, it has like these.
Okay.
And the.
That's supposed to be design assist.
Me?
They have, design team. With the assist partners. They just issued IFCs. They have not coordinators. Oh my. God, cold, sad, we will just gal, maybe what was it? Things really big. The very solid foundation. It's the way. That we. Oh, it's bad. It's so weird. Shit out. To another. It's how my daughter is. It's like.
Yeah.
It's like.
All righty.
Yeah, you can just speak.
We are.
Okay, they're all back now.
We are back on the record. We're moving on to item 19, GB-24-07-030, 293 East Beck Street. For both of you, if you'll raise your right hands, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Can you name him?
Debbie Shub.
Thank you.
John Kralovec.
Thank you.
This is a request for action for landscaping for tree removal. This application is the result of a code violation. The code violation number is 24444-00087. To remove an existing pine tree from the northeast corner of the property within the front planting bed, the tree has been removed. That is the code violation there. The existing trees planted by the owner, or the owner would like the existing trees that they have planted over time to be considered for the replacement tree requirements for the removed tree. There's also a tuck point work to the basement foundation that has been completed that will just prove into this application. The staff analysis is there was no July business meeting. HPO staff note the applicant proposes existing trees previously planted to be considered as acceptable replacement trees. The applicant has planted a Japanese maple and a Serbian pine. We don't have any COAs on file for those trees to know the planting dates, but the owner has confirmed that she planted those. The photos of the foundation were submitted by the applicant to show the tree roots growing into the house's foundation. The application does the form mentions 2 street trees, but these are within the right of way, within the purview of Urban Forestry, Department of Rec and Parks, and so they are not a part of the application at this time. Staff recommendation to the staff recommends approval of the annual applications to be submitted to HPO staff with the following condition, and that condition being that for a new canopy tree to be planted in an appropriate location on the property. We do acknowledge the size of the front yard planting bed is likely not appropriate for a shade tree though. And of course, it up to the commission to consider existing trees from count for replacements. The basis for the staff recommendation is City Code 31613, standard for site improvements A.
Anything else to add?
Pardon?
Anything else to add?
Nothing to add now.
Okay. Questions, comments from the commission?
I wish Karen was here.
I wish Karen was here.
Yeah.
He's our landscape architect. Let's. What commission?
So the tree that was taken down was it's a pine, correct? Yeah, existing pine tree as opposed to a shade tree. I did walk by this property several times since I've lived up the ways from it, quite a ways away. It definitely, you can see from the stump that's there, it is right up against the house. It's a couple inches. I think the photos show the damage that was there. My only concern with the tuck pointing was the correct mortar mix used. We don't want to have the hard modern day mortar when we should have the softer mortar, because that can cause damage over time. So that was what I wanted to have confirmed. I don't think anything along this house, the planting beds really is a good location for a tree, period. You're talking about maybe 18 inches of planting space max. The only place for a tree would be to the back of the property. And my thoughts, and if there were trees planted, assuming those are in the back as well. Is that the case?
Yes, and I apologize. I think I was sent a photo of those trees and I did not get them into the file. But I can confirm from staff that the trees that are being referred to are mature trees. I would say, I mean, they're mature shade trees, but they're not like historically huge size. Like they're pretty new trees, but they're mature.
Thoughts, comments from the commission? Any issues with the tree being taken down, or comments or thoughts about that?
Looks sensible that it should.
Right.
Never been there to begin
My note
with.
was that it should have been taken down. It's down.
What was that?
It should have been taken down, so,
The tree?
yeah. it's
Oh,
close to the house.
Save the house, and at the cost of the trees is.
We'll take care of it. Yes.
So with the knowledge that there are trees in the back that have been planted by the owner, is there any requirement from the commission thoughts that any more trees should be required in lieu of this tree coming down?
Good.
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 Mr. Chairman, on item GV 2407030293 East Beck Street, I move to approve as submitted.
Second.
Any questions on the motion?
No.
Did we want to add something about the mortar?
Can you
Or-
see the tuck point?
Was the tuck pointing done by the applicant, by the homeowner, or was that done by a contractor?
Been done by the contractor.
Yeah, tuck pointing was done by the contractor,
If you
correct?
have the contractor provide the information on the mortar mix to staff.
Sure.
Pat, can you, oh, you can hear it, right?
We just want to make sure staff has that information. If it's a non-appropriate mortar mix, it needs to
Right,
be
they
addressed.
just wanted to get
Cost damage.
confirmation as to what type of mortar was used, if it was the right combination.
So the
Could you
approval,
say one more time what you need out of the mortar mix?
yeah, so we need the contractor to provide the type
It's
of
what
mortar
they,
mix.
it's a basement repair company that does this all the time, and so they were using what's supposed to be used for that type of basement work.
We just need them to identify what that is.
And, but
They
you said
just
there's a
need to have
particular
it
kind you're looking
identified
for.
what it is.
Yeah, it's the type N.
With this being stone, I think it can be a little harder than, but I don't have a chart memorized.
So
No, they just said to get it into, right.
Well, we can issue like an approved letter and then get that mortar mix before the COA.
Yeah.
yeah, we're gonna vote, we're gonna approve that the foundation should be repaired, which is
Right.
done.
Yeah, because
And
what,
then it's gonna record, it's part of that process, that approval process is for staff to receive from the applicant the type of
What
mortar.
exactly they used.
Yeah. So if
Yeah.
we're gonna do this from scratch, having it not been done, that order information would be given to staff. So
yeah,
we-
and the problem was that the work that was done previously to her owning the home, the previous owners did repair work with plaster. And that's one of the reasons the roots and all the water came in, which caused the rest of the problem.
So the condition we're trying to prevent is that if you have two
Right,
apartments.
so this is the way it's
So,
been
correct.
done now, is the way it should be done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, all right. Good with that?
Yes.
They provide the information.
Yes, you, the owner will receive, an email from us next week, with those details and what she sends in, that information on the border fix. He'll get her COA, will, also include that to code violation, the code enforcement, and that should comply with the violation.
Right. Okay.
All right, so is there a motion on the application?
It may,
You made one. Did we have a second?
yes.
Yes, we did. I have a question.
That's a question.
That was.
Okay, that was. a
Question's been answered.
All right.
There we go.
Good move day. All right, so no question, no further question, motion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have it, motion passes. Thank you.
Thanks, appreciate it.
All right, moving on to item number 20, GV-24-07-031, 821 South Fifth Street. Is that you? Okay,
Okay.
no application for 821 South Fifth Street. Nobody for 628 Mohawk Street. Well, we do have some states on Mohawk Street.
They're just not sitting out there.
Before we jump into 628 Mohawk Street, for South Fifth Street, is there anything we can talk about on that?
I think she has a question real quick.
Yes.
Okay. So the tree stump that's there, can that be just ground down, or what was your other option? Just cut level with the ground or ground down, doesn't matter?
Either or, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah, either one. And then the space where the tree was, are there restrictions as to what type of plantings, or if she wants to just put like a boulder there?
She has an application in for
With
August,
grass around it or something?
so she can, include, like, she's on the August agenda for re-landscaping that area.
Right.
So I would just include that with that August review.
So they said just, since you're already on the agenda for August for the plantings, just to include that, right? Okay,
Great,
thank you.
thank you.
Oh,
No, you're good, thank you.
okay, thank you.
So for South Fifth Street, second time, we continue this now?
They're conceptual, so there's no action.
Okay, all right, no action taken.
Might just said further discussion.
They requested to be placed on the agenda, so I'll reach out. If they don't request specifically to be on August, they will be on August.
Okay. Then, so we're on to item 21, GB-24-07-032, 628 Mohawk Street. Commissioner Field is the applicant, so he will step off the dais.
I tried to step up here, but.
We won't let you. I know.
Do it right, appropriate.
So,
If you'll raise your right hand, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and the truth.
of course,
Your name for the record.
Edward Paulding Field Jr.
Thank you, sir. Oh,
This is a conceptual application for an exterior building alteration, or actually for new construction of an addition and exterior building alteration addition. To construct a new 6 square foot addition to increase the bathroom space and support a roof mounted AC unit. Siding to match existing, window trim and further boards to be similar to the 1840s original construction, and the new windows to be single pane insulated glass. This application was previously reviewed conceptually at the June 2024 PBC hearing. From the minutes, the commissioner comments, the commission noted that placing AC units on roofs of residential properties is a potential concern. The unit should be appropriately screened. Future applications should include renderings and materials so that the commission can understand the final appearance of the unit and screening. And the commission requested the applicant provide a site plan for any future reviews. There was no July business meeting. We note this is conceptual, so there's no action required, and then we recommend, of course, the commission for design feedback. The basis for the recommendation is City Code Rule 111 standard alteration 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9, 10, 11, and 12. City Code Rule 1612 for standards for new construction A, C, D, E, F, G through N. The standards for site improvements D, which pertains to mechanical systems, and the German Village Guidelines for additions 1 through 4.
Leave it.
So this is to get 6 square feet to make a bathroom on the first floor bigger. And while I'm at it, I'm proposing just to make the whole outside wall of the shower glass. And at the same time, I would cut the AC unit off the patio and tuck it up in a flat roof area that I'm gonna cut into that addition on the back. The addition dates from, I think, 61 or 65. I would say it's not architecturally significant, and I am looking forward to putting a second floor on that, which is basically gonna take the architecture of that as a roof, to be honest with you. We had some review last week for people that weren't here, and the AC unit was a piece of it, and at that point it was open on the south side. I put a screen wall in front of it to hide it. I really don't, and I agree with everybody's concern about putting stuff up on roofs. I don't think anybody's ever gonna be able to see this from anywhere. Not to the north or to the east or to the south. There's pictures there of what you can see. From that actually location, yeah, so that's the one on the left is looking north, the one on the right is looking east out towards the back, and then the one that's looking south, and there's actually no public view, and there's what it looks like from the alley back, or from the alley, from the sidewalk from back to it.
Questions, comments from the commission?
No, I think I was the one that made the biggest stink about the screening.
No, I agree, and I had gone through several reiterations of stuff in front of it, and kind of went, well, let's go with it open to service it. That screening right now is gonna be a lift up panel so the AC guy can get to do maintenance, but it's gonna look like clapboard siding that matches that.
That's the piece above the big window, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So is that now gonna fully be kind of the height of?
Well, you can see the little piece sticking up, that's the top of the compressor right there.
Yeah, are you raising it anymore?
I don't want to because I'm afraid, because it sticks out a foot.
Okay.
I'm afraid it's gonna get too much massing and start competing with the historic house.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to keep it somewhere down in between that low rafter of the addition and the story and a half piece on the old. And just, so you know, the addition, the ceilings in the addition are only 7 feet.
If you're intending to add second floor into the future, what happens to this?
I'm gonna go around it. And I've got some sketches for that, which I'm probably gonna come back with.
Okay, notch out, now code 4 kind of thing?
Yeah, I'm gonna do it on the other side too, and actually, the second floor is gonna go out, I want to cantilever out 6 feet beyond the existing thing. I'm gonna put a one-wood frame back there with 2 row casings, and that's gonna be the foundation for the second floor addition. It's all gonna float over the top of this, because I'm not sure this 61 addition, 65 addition will take the extra weight. And I'm gonna go around that completely.
What's the size-wise this unit?
22 by 22 by 32.
What I've noticed lately in the village is a lot of these smaller units are getting oversized just because sales. So my concern is it might, if it's appropriate for this size unit here, but the next owner down the road, when they double the size, gets taller and bigger, is that, he's saying it's a game stopper?
Well, so this is a 3-ton unit, which will handle the house and the addition. Okay. It needs clearances around it, which it's a bigger unit ain't gonna have.
Gotcha. True, okay, you're gonna kind of landlock it in there.
Yeah.
Okay, that mitigates my calls of that. I think to me, the mitigating circumstances are you've got a garage in the rear as opposed to the neighbor's property. So that vantage point.
The only, there's a 2nd story small bathroom window. You can't even see when the foliage is in. It's the only thing I can see in the winter. It's right right there. It's a little story and a half addition. There's a little, a 2x2 bathroom window up there.
So in the winter, they can see the unit, but it won't be running.
Yeah, and to be honest, I've never seen the blind on that window ever lifted.
So what's gonna be our precedent for down the road for ACs on?
That's where our head is that right now. I know we had doctor's house, was north of the meeting house. There was a condensing unit,
Yeah.
roof there. I'm trying to think back to the conversations, but at that point, they wanted to run their line set all around the building and everything.
It's like in the rear. Your neighbors don't object. People can't see it, they can't see it from their windows.
There's a house on Grant that just recently started missing unit elevated on the side of their house. They bolted brick. It's got number one code enforcement on it right now. I just foresee there's gonna be a wave of HVAC upgrades happening with electrification push, with renovations and everything else. It's just really sensitive. I think the mitigating circumstances here is the visibility has been thoroughly researched and addressed.
I would suggest that it's more than just screening around it. It's an architectural element that's contiguous with the rest of the architecture of the building, which is what this is trying to do. And we did have one, it was a house down at South Fifth that backed up to Lansing. Was putting a big unit up on the top of a low-story addition on the back. That the whole neighbor group that lived behind it came and complained because they could all see it.
Remember that one?
On this previous project, what was the reason for wanting to get it on the roof?
Can't
It's
remember.
like I can see if you have a tiny yard, okay, we can give you a little more space also.
Is that the blue house that they, or was a house that like just one little cottage they made into a longer, new garage and all that at the very end of Lansing and Fifth at the end of that block?
No, this is up farther. This was more like Columbus, between Columbus and Frankfurt.
Oh, okay, so it was,
And on the,
yeah,
and on the west side.
yeah,
Yeah.
so, yeah, okay. At the other end, is from what I'm thinking.
Yeah. Yeah. That was denied.
Yeah.
So to me, that those are not mitigating circumstances. It's just, it's.
Yeah, that was the house I was thinking of.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was where they, yeah, the end, yep.
I have no
Thoughts or
problem.
comments?
Does the commission have any specific feedback on the finish of the new addition wall? The final appearance of that wall?
So from a straight on view, it appears sided. From a street view, there won't be much visibility to my opinion, to that south facade.
It's gonna
Walk down
it's gonna have corner boards on it to match it.
so far back, houses are really close. I don't think you're gonna get unless you're getting that exact right angle right there from the sidewalk looking for it, I don't think you're gonna see it.
So
That was
will
trouble to
will
really
the
look
finish
at.
match whatever the new additions wall finish will be?
This matches the first floor of, but I'm thinking about something different on the,
So this is matching the 1960s edition.
yeah, it's, I consider part of that. And it has no foundation, it's gonna be cantilevered off the side.
Sorry, I was about to sneeze. I was reacting. Like, oh my God.
A gasp.
So from the west elevation on page 3. So looking, the west elevation looking down. So it makes sense for the screening portion be set back in line with the house. So your bump out reads first floor level. The screening of the unit is pushed back, so it doesn't read as part of the first floor. You wouldn't read it much at all because it's gonna be tucked behind that front wall. So is this piece here?
Yeah, I know what you're saying, yeah.
So that kind of disappears. Is that more appropriate from a scale perspective? Is this too tall of a sliver to kind of?
It doesn't bother me because the existing addition is so short.
Yeah.
Unrealistic.
Yeah.
Weirdly short that the addition is like probably at the correct height. Yeah.
I mean, look at the, if you look at the top of my back door and you look at where the rafter bearing is,
Because originally, yeah, extend the roof line in front of it, but.
yeah.
Disregard everything I said. If that comes down, it's gonna look short back there a little.
Yeah.
Okay.
Could be getting done.
Took myself out of it.
It's a little house. No.
So you've got neighbors to the south have a fence, or you have a fence, someone has a tall fence. Are there any windows on their side where they would be able to,
On the south side?
Yeah.
None.
on their,
There's, they have no windows, 2 skylights, I think, up above
okay,
in the addition, but yeah. And the house next door is back. Even with the back of my house, so there's nothing, the only thing is the old Dr. Ray's house up above, he's 3 yards up and they've got a, that's the one that had the huge addition that Giga's put on, yeah. And I think at that distance, they're not gonna see it either.
What you can see is coming from that garage behind 630.
Yeah.
All right,
Cool. I'll get something.
anything else? You good with that feedback?
Yes.
Okay.
I think that is the mitigating factor is the visibility. So.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah. Like when we ever.
I don't want to create a commission, being the commissioner, I don't want to create a condition that's gonna cause us problems
Right,
going
down the
forward.
road.
And I think I'm okay with what
Okay,
this is.
okay.
It'd be great if
Thanks.
we could eat one later, it gets dinner, set back.
Yeah, right, nobody can see anything.
There's one new business, I believe, at the end of the agenda.
Yes, just your
Just chair, vice chair.
selection for the year.
I'll throw in again for chair for the year if you will have me.
I vote yes for that.
I vote yes.
second.
I'll take an informal vote.
I'll devise if that's okay with everybody. As long as you don't go on vacation.
But, unless anybody else wants to be vice chair, that's,
Yeah.
and so, we'll take a motion that, Marquee chair, Theo vice chair. Is there a motion for that?
So moved.
Moved, is there a second?
Second.
Any questions on the motion?
Nope.
All in favor?
Aye.
Against? Motion passes. And that's the end of the agenda. No continuances. Is there a motion to adjourn?
I move to adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any questions on the motion?
Before we adjourn, I got one real quick question for Nicole. On some of the stuff that people are giving the real late that we're not getting in our electronic packets, could you have them bring paper copies with them to the meetings?
So we can ask.
You can.
We can ask in some cases, but it's really, and ideally like best practice, the only thing that's they'd be bringing in are like the minute, small details. if it were like a vague drawing, we'd want that to kind of go to subcommittee or something.
Yeah, I'm just, some of this stuff is, I'm getting a little, doing prep even the night before.
Yeah.
I'm getting blindsided in here, and it'd be nice to have something in my hand.
So I will say, unless I specifically call it out as something that we put up on the screen that's not in the materials packet, it's not, they were aware happening.
Okay.
So the applicants in some cases are bringing that with no warning to us.
Yeah, I know, we've had that happen.
So that's what, that's like, except for like, I think 2 or 3 tonight where I was specifically like, I added these today.
Yeah.
In those cases, I asked them to print it, but,
And pictures of stuff, actual photographs.
Yeah.
I don't mean to be talking about, actual photographs you can throw up here is fine. It's the drawings that are hard to, I'd like to have a drawing in my hand where they, then a revision. That's,
and something like that, because if we're adding it same day, that's staff, I could likely print out like a one
Okay.
drawing for.
somebody,
that
yeah.
specific need. But, I will say in most cases, if we're not aware the applicant's prepared anything additional, that we know.
Oh, we've had architects do that all the time.
Yes.
Yes, that's exactly what I thought.
All right.
All right, sorry. We need to-
Motion, got a second?
Before this final copy go.
Okay, any questions on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Too bad. Motion passes.